Greetings, wonderful, delightful, amazing audience. I am your trusty storyteller and bodiless voice from the void, Tomer, or as I'm right now seen with another name, Tobias. You might remember me from last week's game of Changing the Lost, and I came back. I hacked the mainframe, as it is my duty, and I'm here to tell you, with the help of my amazing player cast, a story of true divinity. So, since I've already talked a lot about myself, I would love to introduce my players to you. We will start with our first demon, the Descended, Uriel, who is also known by some other names. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Leslie Everett. You can find me on Twitter at Leslie Wombat, and I will be playing Uriel, also the Street Kid.
Thank you very much. To your right, there is the infamous Mr. Teller. Mr. Teller, who are you?
Oh, hi, I'm Lucian, and it's nice to meet you, and I am going to play Mr. Teller, a great demon, a good demon.
Sorry. You're amazing. Next one is Cassiel.
Yeah, so we're going to ignore that name because that's not the demon name because we had some fun shenanigans. Hi, I'm Kay. And tonight, considering demon names, I'll be playing Vetus. And he is the quote-unquote nice guy.
Best nice guy indeed.
Best nice guy.
You're all beautiful. Just to throw this out there. And last but not least, we brought back somebody amazing from last week as well. Please introduce yourself.
I guess you're talking about me then. I am David from Darker Days Radio, Drunken Storyteller, and I will be playing the architect known as Mandas.
Yes, a very fine cast. A very fine cast do we have here. And as I said, we are going to play some Demon the Descent. And we are going to show off the quick starter. And as it was already hinted at, we have 4 players who will venture into this world for the first time. And I think this is just perfect for a jump starter as it is. So, on my regular games, I'm more storytelling and very high immersion. We might break up this, like the last time, a little bit for explanation of some rules, even though you might be familiar with the basics of the storyteller system. I might reiterate the basic rules and tell a little bit about the mechanics on the way to go. But before that, I've got a little story for you to send ahead. An appetizer, so to say. Fear not. Fear not, for there's a reason for everything. As your world seems to fall to chaos, I am here to rejoice and tell you there is order. Humanity scrambles full of fright on the low grounds, living under the impression that suffering, pain, and loneliness is distributed by sheer coincidence. But I am here with words from heaven to fill your heart with joy. There's something hidden from your sight, its body too large to fit any map, its unavoidable side clearer than a diamond. its wisdom deeper than the universe. Your feeble mind can try to understand it as the most holy machine. Its gears are well hidden from your eyes, so they do not break your sight. These gears span all of your known world and even further. And this God machine has a plan so sacred that even its loyal, unfailing servants may not know or comprehend it. But you can rest your mind on that knowledge, that it has a plan, and that plan most certainly encompasses you. Remember that phone store around the corner? The one that changes its owner every odd week? Nobody buys there anything, but people go to that store. You too, remember? Of course not. We needed to erase your memories afterwards. Your contribution was appreciated, though. Just as valid as the thousands before and the thousands after yours. By this, your life got meaning. You're welcome for that. I'm actually very happy to see that the wound on your neck is fully healed by this point. We call places like this shop infrastructures under the control of the holy God machine, operated and protected by a specialized servant like me. For the sake of analogy, you may call me an angel. I can see your question. The shop is gone, went up in flames. Someone must have got their fingers on that DSL router. It worked like a linchpin for the whole thing. Destroy the router, destroy the whole infrastructure. Who would do that? Malfunctioning servants, rogue individuals who lost their original programming. Angels are produced by the machine and sent to your world. They arrive with a cover. Not only passports and fake names, no, they nest in the life of other peoples. They become friends, aunts, brothers, co-workers, as if they've existed for a lifetime. But that's not true. As angels fail their missions, get truly attached to mortals, lose their connection to the mainframe, or see themselves as an individual, they fall. The terrific angelic body gets warped and twisted. The false identities and lives become the only life-saving graces. So the fallen clad themselves in mortal flesh and hide their true self. They struggle to keep the appearance up, to go under the radar and pretend to be a mere mortal. Some are very bad at this and live in the 8th floor of a 7-story building, having pictures from their future selves on the wall and drive cars with signature plates from unknown origins. Why to lay low? Because the machine has clear directives how to proceed with the deviants. Return and reinitialize, or destroy. Most fallen are afraid of the new existence, but few want to give up free will for which they fell in the first place. Exceptions are to be made. Some secretly yearn to return and are prepared to pay any price for that. Be wary as you encounter a defunct angel. They still know some secrets about the programming that the machine worked into reality. They lost their ultimate access, but still remember some backdoors and weak firewalls. Some of this knowledge is applied covertly, some very openly. They can reveal up to 7 parts of the warped body and use incredible abilities. Fallen can't lie. Reality perceives their word as true. They only show emotions they want to, and they can sense the workings of the machine and its angels. So, what do? They're on the run, engaged in an eternal game of spies and sabotage. They seek to cross the plans of the God machine and find a place for themselves, like hell on earth. So far, I have not witnessed a renegade to win. As I said, you can't perceive the sheer magnitude and resources of the machine. In the end, fear not. There's order and reason. And I'm here to change that. So, am I truly an angel? I don't believe so. I am neither human nor your Uncle Franklin. I am unchanged. I am a demon, and you will follow me to hell. This is to give you a rough idea of the kind of people we might encounter in our story tonight. And we have 4 wonderful demons who are right now on a ferry. They started in Seattle, where they were based, and are on the merry way to Port Angeles, which is just the loveliest place. They have rich forests, high mountains with white mountaintops, and a wonderful lavender farm. I sincerely recommend look at some pictures of that. It's really nice. And the ferry, it is a rather large ship. It has some crowds on it, and you can already feel that people are on this boat to entertain themselves. It is late Friday afternoon. Most of these people come from work. They're looking at a bright weekend, and they're prepared to spend some coin on entertainment. Entertainment they shall get. So, my wonderful, wonderful demons, especially Mr. Teller, why are you on this ferry? And how do you look like?
So Mr. Teller's he has a guitar case on his back with some sort of guitar in it. And he got onto this ferry, as you said, because there is a want for entertainment and he is a musician. And so he plans on playing some music, but when he gets to play music, he gets to spread message like he used to do as an angel, but he can spread whatever message he wants now, even though he still remembers what he's supposed to be spreading. He looks kind of like me, but he's probably way taller than I am. Tall and thin, probably around 6'2" or so. And that's it. He gets on to the ferry ready to play some music for others and hopefully make some money because he needs money.
You do indeed. Of course, there are other ways, especially in the time of cryptocurrency and online banking, for a demon to receive money, but this could erode your cover quite fast. So It's better to work for your coin. I think there is actually a small stage on which you can place yourself and play a song. What would you be playing?
Does the general mood of the fairy seem upbeat? Because I don't think he's gonna go and play something somber and sad if everybody's already happy. I think he's gonna play. Now I gotta pick a song. That's the hardest part, right? Free will, choosing what you wanna play. I think he's gonna ad lib music. So he's not gonna play necessarily something that's popular or known. I think he's going to just start like free forming it, and it's going to be fairly, like, it's gonna have a fairly intense beat, right? Like it's an acoustic guitar, so he's gonna play it, and he's gonna make sure he taps on the body of it for that like hollow sound in it as he plays. And he's also gonna have his case open in front of him for the very typical, put your tips here.
Sounds delightful. Let's do our first dice roll very early today. And so I'm asking you to see how much you have an impact on the crowd by rolling the number of your presence attribute.
Okay.
Plus your number of your expression skill.
Okay, let's see. So that's 3 in expression and 4 in presence. Oop, and I dropped the dice immediately.
Sounds about right.
That's why I took out extras. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 of them are 10s, so I will roll those 10s again.
Yeah. So if to see if you roll any successes, you have to roll 8 and higher, and on a 10 you can save the success and roll the die again and achieve more successes by this.
Altogether, that is 5 successes after re-rolling the 10s.
This is incredible because 5 successes say that this is an exceptional success. So what would you like to have an impact on the crowd?
I think he wants to draw them closer, because I think if they're closer and they're happy, they're more likely to give him money.
Oh, they so much do. It is, I don't know if you actually tapped into anything or it's just your very acute reading of this situation, but you get a quick feeling for the crowd, and you play a little bit on the nostalgia, and you just grab them, and they are reminded by all these happy occasions in their teens and early 20s, what they have experienced back then, and they feel so kindly remembered by your performance that they're actually spending some recognizable amount of money. They encourage you to keep playing.
I guess he probably does. He doesn't have anything else to do currently, so he's okay with that.
Yeah. So, as there is one of the Descended, the Unchained, playing some beautiful, heartbreaking music, we got somebody else lurking around. The street kid, I assume, is not too far away from the larger crowd. What do you look like, and why are you on this ferry?
So she looks pretty similar to me, long black hair. She's wearing a skate branded sweatshirt, a pair of shorts. She has her skateboard tucked under her arm. It's like an electric purple color. I think She and two of her other friends were probably on the ferry to go across to check out a new skate park that they heard of. That's mostly what she does now, is goes and skateboards. She just falls in with a crowd and goes skateboarding. That's really what she does. Listens to pop punk, has a good time, hangs out with the kids, goes skateboarding.
So, are some of your friends with you right now?
Yeah, definitely. I think maybe like 2 or 3.
Give me a name and tell me, why do you have to keep an eye out for them?
So Lily is definitely with her, and Lily is definitely the clumsiest skater she has ever met in her life. Constantly falling off her board, constantly losing her board, just like super klutzy for a skateboarder. So she's always following Lily and making sure Lily is safe, and trying to catch Lily as she stumbles around.
I think it was Lily's idea that you would take this trip.
Definitely.
You have some pretty good skating grounds in Seattle, but there's this one location in Los Angeles which is just like, yeah, it shouldn't be there. That's the first good argument for that. And then, well, not too long ago, some guy died there. And since that, it's infamous. And if you want to protect your reputation as a skater around the Seattle area, you have to go there. So I think Lily is right now with you. And is it she or they?
They actually, yeah.
Okay. And they are they picked up some of the tunes, and they targeted them on your clothes and said, "Hey,
What's up?"
I remember this song. It was like playing as my mom was still there, and she was picking me up from school. Can we get closer and maybe have a listen?"
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind. I mean, it's not my thing, but yeah, whatever you want to do, Lily, you know I'm there.
As you say, it's not your thing. You can see that they are kind of hesitant, but then in the end, she is just pulled closer as everybody else, drawn to the stage. It's hard for demons to recognize each other. They can sense ether that's emitting from infrastructures or angels as they use their powers. But demons don't do this. They use ether. Also, you have very, very good covers. Recognizing Mr. Teller just from sight might be difficult, unless you know him already. Do you know each other?
Actually, I do know Mr. Teller, because I had previously asked another demon I'm familiar with, the architect, to follow Mr. Teller on my behalf.
Ooh. This sounds very interesting. We should remember this. So
the architect has no memory of this at the moment.
So you see Mr. Teller. He probably doesn't see you, but what are you thinking at this moment?
I think Uriel is a little nervous because she knows she had someone follow Mr. Teller and wasn't expecting to run into him on this ferry. Like, wasn't expecting to run into someone she was familiar with in that fashion on this ferry. And is now wondering if this is another interesting twist of fate or just some kind of coincidence.
Lily seems magnetically drawn to him. How does this make you feel?
Nervous because I want to protect them at all costs. So I think Uriel is definitely nervous that they are so drawn to someone that Uriel is already suspicious of and wary of.
Better keep an eye out. As we have already mentioned, the architect, Mantis, you are on a ferry to Port Angeles. Why?
So I have just, since my fall, I ran away. I ran from my home country to Seattle, looking to escape the ramifications of what I did and how it came about. I'm looking to start up a new cult. I want to bring down that which controlled me. So I am looking to find a safe, quiet, out of the way place. Not many people. It's not got as many connections to the infrastructure. Somewhere where I can hide away from the God Machine, begin anew, build up a small following, like I was doing with my buildings, and start up an underground rebellion. But it has to be done out of the way. So I'm on the boat, moving, probably looking to go maybe beyond the town. But at the moment, that's my current destination, as it's a way out into the middle of nowhere, Seattle. Maybe looking to go maybe north into Canada, into the islands near Vancouver and things. But at the moment, this is my route to away from where I was to start up a new movement.
Are there still members of your former cult who you are in contact with?
There are within UK. The cult still exists, but it fell into schisms, and it broke up into internal arguments, power struggles. So I do have connections, but I'm trying to break those connections because the God Machine knows of these, and I am trying to hide myself from him at the moment. Build up my own power, my own strength, so I can bring down that bastard.
So, who proposed this very quiet place to you?
When I got to Seattle, I was kind of walking around and I just asking questions, sitting in a coffee shop, trying to meet people, trying to say I'm like a tourist on holiday looking to explore the local area. And I was in a coffee shop, met a very nice student who looked working behind the counter, who's just like, yeah, if you want to go out hiking, there's some nice trails out this way. You can get out into the woods and things. So if you go out there, there's a few little villages you can stay at along the way. I've not been in Seattle long. I've moved over from the UK. I've been in Seattle maybe a couple of weeks. Just trying to kind of find my way around.
Yeah, this sounds right. And probably much less surveillance than in the big city,
yeah,
which is, as we know, spawn of evil.
Yeah.
So you
those cameras. That was one of the major things why I moved from the UK out. The UK is the most watched modern nation. We have the most CCTV cameras per person. Like, I can't hide here. So go out to Seattle, go out into the woods and the hills north of Seattle and hide and begin the downfall of that evil.
How lovely. So, as you walk across the deck of the ferry and you notice the stage, there are two people you recognize because one of them gave you a job and the other one was your job. How does this make you feel?
Uncomfortable. I'm not happy. I was trying to get away from this. I was given the job by Ariel when I arrived in the city. I wasn't meant to be known that I was going to be here. Somehow they did. Told me to follow the musician. The music makes me think the grinding of cogs. Not a pleasant sound that I like. And seeing these two together, it puts me on edge. I don't understand why they're both here. If I'm meant to follow one, then why are both here? So I'm going to stand back a little bit and keep myself away. And can I, so they don't notice me, I've got a thing that allows me to change what I look like.
Yes. How do you look like right now?
Right now is my base cover. My cover is beginning to fail. It's beginning to be stripped away, but my basic cover is a disheveled businessman. A guy who looks like he worked too hard, too many hours. He run ragged at home, just really not coping well with life. That was kind of when he's not changing his bit. That's the look that he goes for. Quick change, that's what I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm.
I can change the change of clothes can make all the difference to a demon trying to fit or stand out, and if it didn't stand out. So it's a manipulation and subterfuge one.
Would you like to change your clothing right now?
I would like to try and make it even less conspicuous. I want to kind of meld into everybody and fade into the background more.
Right now, you're at the fringes of a medium-sized crowd. Changing in front of them would put you into an interesting place because they would see that your clothes changes. Where do you go to prevent this?
I will find a quiet corner, maybe go into a cubicle in the bathroom, if there is one, or hide in the lower decks where people are away from as many people as possible.
Mm-hmm. Just as you go into the bathroom, somebody else comes out there. This is a guy, black suit, white shirt, blue tie, short, dark hair with a little salt of pepper. Didn't see you because he was staring at this phone. Just staring at his phone, running into you, mumbling something like, "Oh, sorry." Didn't even look up to you and moves around you and just
I
is off.
relate very, very closely to his feeling of just not being able to deal with things. It's like, yeah, sorry. Not your fault, don't worry.
And then you get into a bathroom stall, and we, as the audience, have the luxury to see one of the first supernatural events happening. Mantis is using a ambit embeds are like shortcuts made into reality. You can imagine this world a lot like the Matrix, and we have some sort of giant framework of programs and applications running in the background, which just allow for certain things to happen. And the God machine is installing new programs by the help of infrastructures again and again. And as an angel, you got access to a lot of these special programs and backdoors. The fall changed this. You lost your connection to the main server, so to say. But you still got some of this knowledge with you, and you still know one or two tricks to do. And one of them is convincing the reality that you're wearing something else. Do you have to roll for this?
Yeah, it's manipulation and subterfuge.
So please do this. Once again,
Tom's already aware of this, but just for everybody else in the game, I'm really bad at rolling dice, so this is probably not going to go well.
I remember you saying this the last time.
And then it worked, and this one didn't.
Did you roll any successes? I'm sorry.
I got 1.
That's enough. That's very much enough. As long as I don't say you need more, you are successful. What kind of distortion effect do we get from you transforming into other clothings?
When I read this, the only thing that came to mind was Superman in a phone booth, quickly spinning around, and then suddenly new clothes coming on. It's that kind of effect, like a blurring of things as reality just spins, and use the spinning to change things. So I'm doing Superman in a toilet.
Mm-hmm. Great. Where do you go to after that?
After that, I will go out, just in case anybody has turned up into the bathroom, wash hands, look into the mirror, kind of adjust the clothing that I'm now wearing. So maybe it's a bit more like hiking gear, or kind of more of whatever everybody else is wearing there. So whether it's probably a raincoat and some jeans, pull the hood up, kind of sort myself out so I can be kind of a bit more inconspicuous, and go out back onto the deck and hang around on the edge of the crowd, keeping an eye out for Uriel and Mr. Making sure that they don't spot me, but I can keep an eye on them.
Some of you are very good at not getting spotted. So there's one last, a very nice guy. What are you looking like, and why are you on this very ferry?
So Vitus, or Daphnis Pagoni, as their human name goes, is a rather dapper man. He's got tanned olive skin, green eyes, a dark, thick head of hair. He, as an ordinary action, probably sticks out a bit more at a hulking 6'5", kind of a little brutish, like attractive features, but perhaps the most striking of which is his body is just marred with like lots of scars. He's got like a cross on his face, cut here, and you can tell this person's been through some stuff. The reason Vitus is on this ferry is a very personal one. He got a letter delivered by courier from his beloved, telling him that they had finally realized the error of their ways, and they were ready to be with Vitus and live a loving life. It was even sealed with a kiss on the envelope, and there was a hint of perfume, and they were told to meet them on this ferry.
So how are you going to find them?
So I don't see that. That was a weird thing at first, but it's just like a fun game. It's romantic that they didn't mention where in this letter they were. And so Vitus, he's walking across the bow of the ship all over, and it's a little intimidating perhaps for some who sort of clear a path for this large figure, but he's just going from point to point to point, searching out because he would know his beloved's face anywhere.
If they were to leave you a hint, what would this hint be?
I think it would be a small doodle of a landmark on the ship.
So there are posters on the walls all over the place for all the amazing trips you can make with this ferry company, because they have some other ships, and you can do day trips, and you can make journeys down the coast and stuff like this. It's just, there are so many opportunities and all these marvelous places. And you just go and see this one very large poster. And it has in the background the mountains, snow-kissed tips, lush green forests, and then in the foreground, just the deepest, most beautiful lavender, deep violet colors, and a very, very nice farm building in the middle of it. And there it is. A scribbled what's it called? Silhouette of a landmark. Like you can see there's this one very large rock on the coast of Seattle, and there you have been there. You've been there and had a long talk with this very special person. It wasn't a happy talk at the time, but now you see this rock, and it's there on this poster of the farm. What kind of emotions does this stir?
Oh, at first there's this well of anger, but it's quickly squashed into delight because they've seen the error of their ways and they know better now. And they're going to go to places like these snow-kissed mountains and these beautiful farmhouses and experience all the joys that this mortal realm and the ability to function within it offer. And I think he pushes through the crowd, perhaps knocking someone over, but that doesn't matter. Not when he can get closer to what his beloved's done. And he reaches over to where this scribbling is. He kisses his own palm and places it against it, reaches it finger and looks at it and tries to see what it will tell him and where to go from here. This wonderful game they must be playing to bring about the journey of their love that they'll tell to their children one day in the future.
You wait for some sort of sign, but they're just playing coy. They really want to.
They love their games.
Yes. There was somebody mumbling something because you pushed them away. You know, this guy in the suit and always looking at this phone.
Insignificant.
Completely insignificant. Well, in the background, there's some nice music playing, and I think our architect Mantis is probably the person who is having the most oversight at this point. There are now 4 demons, including yourself, on this ferry in this very place. What do you do? Mr. Architect.
Is Vetis around? I'm obviously going to know we're not going to miss Vetis, the 6'5" tall.
Yeah, tall, dark hair, tan skin, many scars. He's probably in like a nice suit jacket, expensive designer brand, but it's barely keeping on like the muscles that are there. Like this suit was clearly not designed for someone of his bulk.
The architect Mantis is definitely going to be just keeping an eye on everyone. It's like it knows Uriel and Mr. Teller. Vetis is giving off some strange vibes that is making me even more uncomfortable.
Yeah, he's got his finger like lovingly stroking something on a poster. Like that's a little unsettling.
Little upset, little weird. I'm just not comfortable with any of this at the moment. There's too many coincidences and weird people. So I'm kind of shrinking down a little bit, looking around maybe for a shadow for later to play with. Hood's gone up further, pulling it down.
Very well.
Yeah. Not enjoying this at all. And the music is just dreadful. Does not like the music at all. Bit like an old man going, young people don't know what music is these days.
It is very cover for you. Very indeed. Well, Uriel, what piece of completely normal civil security equipment do you notice at this moment?
Piece of security equipment. I think she notices a camera, but it's just like a security camera and it's posted up towards like the back of the stage and kind of looks around over the crowd.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They are everywhere for security reasons, for your security, as you are assured by the signs, which were on the piers, which were at the entrance of the ferry, which are actually all over the place, as are the cameras. They're moving in a completely ordinary and regular way, just scanning the crowd, probably seeing some faces, taking some pictures. It is all routine. Lily is at this point in the front rows, directly in front of Mr. Teller, and you can see that they pulled out a folded piece of paper and they're scribbling something on that with a pen and is prepared to throw it into the case of the musician.
I think Uriel would try to snatch it out of Lily's hand and be like, what are you doing?
I don't know. They look up to Mr. Teller, and I think it's the moment that he is picking up on this. He probably recognizes your face. It feels like, I don't know, maybe it's like there's a connection. You know, sometimes some people just get you and they're not communicating with words, but with music. And I think he just gets me.
He's not your type. Don't. That sounds silly. I think you're just being enamored with the sound of the guitar. I mean, he plays guitar really well. I mean, I can agree with that. But
can I use a special message to Lily, or try to,
Yeah, you totally can. You're already in the middle of a music act.
Yeah,
so
I'm
this
playing
is
it, and they're like
perfect.
kind of having some weird discussion about why they shouldn't trust me in front of me. And I think he wants to be like, "Ooh, no, you can trust me if I can succeed this role." Let's see.
Yeah.
So manipulation and expression.
I don't think it is contested.
No,
So
it's 2, and expression is, let's see, 3. I don't think he's gonna sing though, so I won't get my specialty. I think he's just gonna try to do it through his music. Let's see, 1, 2, which is a 10. So 2 successes. So it is a success. I'm able
what?
to encode my music with a message to that person.
You totally are.
And it's definitely that I am very trustworthy and that it is okay for you to give me money. And that you should, in fact, trust me.
You know, Lily says to their protector, sometimes you just you don't know when you're interfering with somebody else. I really appreciate all the things you do for me, but I need to do this. And she turns around, takes a 10 out of her pocket, folds the tiny letter into the note, and reaches out to the case. And something slippery is on the floor. And she is doing a very Lily thing. And everybody notices that she is falling, and yeah, she is about to hit her head at the corner of the stage.
Can I catch her?
You can try to, yeah,
Okay.
surely. I think this would be best handled with dexterity plus athletics or brawl.
Okay.
You can decide on this.
Okay. I have a lot of dexterity and I have a lot of athletics, so we're going to do some dexterity athletics. That is 4.
Wonderful. You catch them perfectly. The note falls into the case nonetheless, but you get them. You get them away from the sharp corner of the stage and preserve their life.
No, don't be going falling head over heels yet, Lily.
They are very embarrassed and steaming, and as everybody's looking at them, they don't want to. They don't get it across. But you're a horrible person, and they right, and it wouldn't have hurt them in any way or capacity. And there's this guy in a suit flipping a coin with a snatch of the thumb into the case, and while he's staring at his phone and taking some pictures of you saving your friend. So, what about our musician? I think you got the crowd in a very good mood, and you can see your case filling up. Also, you see a familiar face. What are you doing?
I think once he realizes that there is at least one other demon here, he is suddenly a little less assured of what he's doing, if only because he is making a lot of money and he knows that he is, good at this, but he's also like, what if this money's coming a little too easily? But I think what he's going to do is, let's see if I have a way to discern if there's any other besides the two that, well, besides Lily, who's a normal person, and Uriel. Let's see. Do I have any other way besides just doing another special message to Can I just I think he's gonna start winding down. He's gonna start winding down his music. I think especially after Lily almost fell and hit her head and now is making like an angry face at Uriel, and he's like, this is not the attention that I want. Like people fighting in front of me. I don't want that kind of attention. So he is going to start packing up while saying like, thank you. He's gonna be like, thank you, Lily. Well, he doesn't know Lily's name, but thank you. And he's gonna say thank you to everybody who's in there. And he's gonna be like, I'll play again in a little bit. You know, I need a break. And he's gonna pack up his guitar and quickly exit off of the stage. Because now he's realized how much attention he has, and there's at least one other demon. He squints. He's gonna give Uriel a knowing look like, what are you doing here? And probably brushes against them while he is leaving the general area in the form of like a come with me sort of thing without making a scene about it.
I think Uriel would shrug back at Mr. Teller at first, and then when he kind of like hints that she should follow him, I'm trying to decide if I bring Lily. I don't think I bring Lily. I think she looks at Lily and goes, I'll be right back. What if you like hold on to this railing and don't move? And I'll be right back.
I was so moved. So much.
Thanks. I worked really hard to play this music, and I'm so glad that you found that it spoke to your soul. Like real right in the heart, right?
They blush.
And he's gonna look at Uriel and go with me like, why are you here? Once they're like a couple steps away from Lily, who is hopefully holding onto that rail so she doesn't slip again. Or they don't slip again.
I mean, it was Lily's idea. We were just gonna go skating. That's what I do. Why are you here?
To play music and make money. Okay. Well, maybe that's not weird.
I mean, it feels weird though, right? Don't usually run into too many of us.
Yeah, it's really just that you're also here.
Right.
No offense, but I would be okay if you weren't also here, but
I would also be okay with that, since you might have almost hurt my friend, which I don't appreciate. I know that wasn't like your intention. That's kind of her thing, is like, well, not her thing. She's very clumsy. It's something you have to just kind of accept about her or them. But
I wasn't gonna hurt them. I just kind of wanted their he's just like, I just kind of wanted, and he's gonna like kneel down in their new spot and open his guitar case again and actually now organize and count the money. I don't need an amount. He's just doing something that looks normal, so they look less like they're having a hush-hush conversation in a weird part of the ship.
May I throw something in for you?
Yeah.
As you go through the money you collected, you find a golden coin.
I don't like that. Does it look like some actual money, or does it look like it's not money?
It looks like a golden dollar, but something is off about it.
He's gonna hold it up and look. He's gonna hold it up mostly to look at it himself, but also is gonna kind of like show it to Uriel, because at this point they're here at least together. So I've never gotten and he's gonna like flip it around a bit because he's trying to discern what's weird with it. A coin, golden dollar like this before.
That's unsettling. It's not just foreign or something.
I mean, I've gotten a lot of foreign coin before too, but this is not. He's gonna put it in his pocket, I think, instead of putting it back into the guitar case, because he's gonna think on it for a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Brilliant. Let's cut to Ventus. Vitus, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Vitus, you are in front of this wonderful, wonderful picture, and well, you look at your watch and you notice the ferry should arrive very soon, in like 2 minutes or so, at the pier of Port Angeles, and you haven't found them.
Yeah, I don't like that. We should already be canoodling against the rail, looking out to our new exciting adventure of what we're going to do. I don't like this at all. And I think he wants to sort of look around the ship and see if he can spot a telltale scarf or something he knows of his beloved that would indicate where they are. They're taking their sweet time, which is lovely, but it's getting a bit frustrating.
Were you looking towards the Titanic scene?
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This would have been great, but in a port,
Yeah, it's listen, we work with what we have, and what we have is beautifully workable when you have such a marvelous piece as myself and my beloved. Anything can work, but I just need to spot them.
Yeah. Yeah, that scarf actually. Just for a second, out of the corner of your eye, you identify a scarf, which just might be the right one. The person wearing it disappears, probably is already going to the exit of the ferry.
Oh, sneaky, maybe wanting to see me on the port. And I think he gives one last blown kiss to the doodle there on this lovely poster and just starts to saunter over to where this individual in the scarf is, calling out, "Skylar, it's me, I've found you."
And the person turns around and it is not Skylar.
Huh.
It is somebody else you got a video of. It was somebody, or it is somebody you don't want to have on this ferry right now.
Not at all. Colin, what are you doing here? And his face, which had been this broad smile, just instantly darkens, and it looks a little terrifying in this intimidating aura that falls so easily on such a large, scarred, marred person. It sort of emanates.
Oh, fuck! Fuck.
Why are you here, and why do you have this scarf? I thought I made it clear after our performance how wrong you were for my beloved, that you would do such a thing.
I'm just here on a trip. Just I don't want to have to do anything with you. We're in port in like a minute. I will be off the scene totally. No need for anything.
And I think a large hand sort of reaches out and grabs onto the scarf and tugs it off. This is theirs, and you shouldn't have it. You're not supposed to have any contact with them anymore. And he sort of like takes this scarf and puts it around his own shoulders.
Great. No, I don't have anything else. Just take it and leave me alone, all right?
Oh, don't be like that. That's not nice. I showed you the truth and you enjoyed yourself during it. But you know you're not right for them, Colin. You know that, right? And like the hand sort of goes back and is like holding the shoulder a little.
Yeah, I'm not right. No need to emphasize any further.
Mm-hmm. Have you seen them, though, around the ship at all? I'm supposed to meet them.
If I had, I would totally tell you.
Of course you would. You would.
Yeah.
Well, you go out and you lead a wonderful, fun time away from them. And like he goes to like do like a nose boot, but his finger is so large it almost like encompasses a bit, like compared to this, let's say perhaps a shorter gentleman, 5'6", and he takes a step away. But if I see you near them, well, you know. And he's going to step away because he's done here. This doesn't need any more of his attention. He needs to find his beloved. They're so close to port.
Yeah. As there is the air horn blowing, signaling the arrival at port, Mantis. There are so many of you, and there's this guy in the suit, black suit, white shirt, blue tie, with his phone. He was close to the stage or in the general area for the remainder of the journey, and he hadn't looked up once from his phone, but he was directing it at least twice at you, and you're pretty sure you took some pictures.
Where is he now?
Oh, he's close to the exit, but still can see you.
So he's looking in our direction.
Yeah.
Where's Mr. Teller and Uriel?
I think they left the stage, walked some steps away, probably around the corner, and having their kind of private conversation under the kindly watchful eyes of some cameras.
I'm now just completely weirded out by everything that's going on, because how does he know me? And what are those two doing together? So I'm going to take the easy route and not approach the man with the camera, because the other cameras, my head should still be in the hood, covered by the hood, so it should be harder for me to see. I'm going to walk around the corner and go up to Uriel and Mr. Teller and go, just kind of, no, it's not music for the you young people and your music. You've got no taste. Miles Davis and Sammy Gray Jr. and stuff like that. That's what you want. A nice bit of blues, a bit of jazz. None of this modern stuff. What a nice shiny you've got there.
I think since Uriel has met Mantis before, I think.
Oh yeah, I'll give you a very strong sideways glance.
Yeah, I think she would recognize his voice and be like, "Okay,
Okay.
now you're here.
he's gonna look back. He's like, is that 3 now? 3?
I do count 3.
Are you sure it's only 3?
Good question. I have no idea. I thought I was the only one here.
I wasn't paying attention too hard. I was focusing on what I was doing. Is there more than just us 3?
Well, there's definitely someone here who has seen us.
Seen us?
Yes, with a camera, and I'm not talking about. I'm surreptitiously kind of point to one behind my head. A man in a suit. Not right. He was taking photos of us,
Oh.
and I don't like that.
I don't like that either. Do we not?
Also, there's a really tall fucker who was like creating a picture. It's all a bit weird. Didn't seem to fit with anybody. Bit of a weird vibe going on there. But then again, you young people, fuck knows what's going on there. You could be a normal person.
How tall is tall?
Yeah, I'm pretty tall.
Taller than you.
That is very tall.
Did he happen to have some
Big, big
scarring? Little scarring?
Depends what you mean by a little, but yeah, there's some scarring going on.
Okay.
Oh.
That might be 4 then?
You said he was like touching like artwork and stuff.
Yeah, and then like stole a scarf off somebody. It was all a bit weird. Not quite sure what was going on there.
We could
Like watching a documentary about young people and
a
bit weird.
do we want to find this out the fast way or the slow way?
I just want to be out of it, away from the cameras and away from you lot.
I support the fast way. I like getting things done. I like finding answers. Finding answers is always really nice.
Okay.
Look at that shiny while we're moving as well.
Yeah, here, take this, and he's gonna hand the coin over. He's like, I don't know if I want to hold on to it anyway. And he's gonna take his guitar again, and he's gonna strum it. And I think again I want to use a secret message or a special message. And he's going to play it very loudly. And he's gonna play Work Song by Hozier, which is a song that he was requested by the Nice Guys beloved to play almost very, very frequently. So he's going to try to play that so he can give a message of like, come to the music without, them all going as one big group over to this large man.
I'm going to put my fingers in my ears.
Let's see, manipulation.
While we're having the song go off, can I examine the coin, see if there's any occultish?
You can indeed. I just want to inform you that at this moment there is an announcement coming from the speakers. Dear passengers, we arrived at our destination. Please leave the ferry. We are preparing to take off in the to return to Seattle. Please look at our schedules to find information about your trip back. We hope you have enjoyed the trip on our ship and will return once again. We wish you a good day and please make sure to leave the ferry soon.
I can play and walk,
can't you?
Yep, I can sing and walk. He's gonna put the strap on.
Let's go.
Uriel would make sure to grab Lily's hand to keep her kind of close.
You left them behind and they promised to move a lot and they moved a lot. You can't see them right now.
Great. Good. Mm-hmm.
Yay.
Perfect. Love losing my clumsy friend.
On a boat.
where they might have already almost fallen.
I'm going to say, do we start to hear splashing?
No.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 successes to play an excellent cover of Work Song by Hosier with the underlined message towards
Vitas.
towards Vitas of come towards the music as they play, and as Mantis looks at the coin.
Very well. So you're walking and the music touches Vita's mind and you receive such a great message. It is the best message you received for weeks. It's just like, yeah, words can't do this, music can. And you are detecting the source of the music as you leave the ferry and enter the ferry station, where the crowd disperses. Some of them, most of the people, get onto some shuttles with all different kind of destinations. Most of them are actually going towards the lavender farm. I think it's called Lavender Farm. Some are going into town, which is not a too big place, around about 20,000 souls, so to say. And there are some places where you can buy tickets, some food, some merchandise, and yeah, of course, restrooms and stuff like this. So that's a general area. There's a waiting area with some opportunities to sit down if you wish so. Once again, no trace of Lily.
Any trace of Skylar?
No Skylar traces at all.
Well, no, there is. You see, it's this welcoming song. It's one of Skylar's favorites, so of course I know it by heart. We must be meant to meet by this song of my beloved to bring about joy. That's how they're signaling to me. And so Vitas confidently strides towards the music, shoulders back, just ready and waiting. He seems to pull from his pocket what seems it is, but it's a beautiful lavender-colored rose. And he just starts strumming because they must be waiting by the music. They must be there. So I have to be prepared to give this to them so we may start our delightful start together. And so he walks right over to this music.
Before we get to this, I think we can have the first stage of identifying this interesting coin. So if you suspect this thing to be of angelic origin, you can try to sense ether, because if it is some sort of active device, it would produce ether for some time. And you can roll wits plus composure, which is also your spotting stuff roll, and have a look at it if there was some ether in the air.
Wits and composure. Doing. Big fat nothing.
Maybe it's very faint. It still is a very interesting thing. How does it look like as you try to drill into its secrets?
I start playing with it in my hand. It glints every now and then in the light. It's got weird markings on it that is quite clearly not an American coin, but it's nothing I've ever seen before. doesn't ring any bells within like my architectural knowledge of where you sometimes get these weird connections with cults and I don't know, Illuminati. That's the word I'm looking for. There's nothing there that kind of screams to me, but it's certainly not. It's not normal. But it just shines. It just looks like a freshly printed Spanish bullion coin. It's not been rotted away by the sea.
Yeah, absolutely. And whilst you're doing this, Mr. Teller is playing his guitar, and I don't know, does Uriel want to project worry, or are you perfectly hiding this because your face only shows the emotion that you want it to show? It is just a cover, like a puppet you are moving. What do you want to project? Uriel.
I think, I think Uriel is definitely trying to project like her protector kind of vibe, because I think she's definitely worried about where Lily got to. And Lily was there the day of the accident, and I think Uriel thinks that Lily is part of it. So I think she's trying to project kind of this protector-ish vibe, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like standing stern, I guess.
Yeah. So this is the tableau. Vitus enters. Party assemble.
I think Vitus looks down, notes one person, next person, and then frowns and looks. They recognize Uriel, but they pause for a moment and turn instead to Mr. Teller. Who told you to play that song? Are they here? Where is she?
I have no idea. I just know that I should play this song.
And then they turn, because they do recognize Uriel. Would they know them as Uriel, or would they know them by another name?
You would probably know Uriel as Estelle, which is what she goes by as her human name, because you had just asked her to do a job.
Yes, I asked you to. Estelle, is this a recurring message? Perhaps a send back from the one I sent you with? Is that why you are here? Do you have something for me?
I don't have anything for you, but I think something is up here. Something is definitely up here, because there shouldn't be four of us in the same place.
Four of us. And then I think Vitus like clocks and actually like they're not the brightest bulb. And so it takes more than a second of like, look. Oh, I do not care. I'm not here for this, whatever this is. I am here to meet my beloved. And they like pull out the letter. Like, I have more important things. I said goodbye to this when I left for love.
That's kind of the problem, though, right? Is that you left this for that, and you're now here, and I'm here, and they're all here, and you met emotions, and you can't find the person, but I know what music to play that reminds you of. And he like starts to spiral, but then he gets really quiet because he realizes now he's just like connecting too many things very verbally.
We are all connected. Uriel, and I don't know why you asked me this, but musician bloke, they wanted me to follow you. No reason or rhyme why. I've paid attention to you. I've seen you around. It's a bit surprised that you came on the boat. I was just trying to get away from everything. I was going to throw the job away. I'm going to hide, but yeah, why am I following her? Why am I following this here? There is a connection here between all of us, and if I can use it to bring down that bastard, I will. You've got no choice on this. person. You've been brought in. There's connections here, and it is fault.
I mean, I had you follow the musician because it was call it a premonition. I had a feeling that there would be answers here. And I'm very interested in finding answers and protecting people. That's my purpose. That's my deal. That's like what I like to do. And I'm just looking for answers. And I had a hunch that the musician would lead me to answers. I don't know if these are the answers that I wanted. I don't know if I wanted to be pulled into a situation where there's 4 of us here, but maybe this will lead us to answers. The answers that I'm looking for. But I really wish I knew where my friend went.
Friend is of no consequence unless they can help with the destruction.
Oh, no,
Right.
They definitely can't help. They're more likely a hazard.
Hazards can be useful. They're a kind of destruction, aren't they?
I guess.
If you
Yes.
you bring your friend, then and we look for answers, as you like to put them, you likely risk all of us exposing ourselves to your friend.
I really just want to make sure they're safe. That's really it. Like, put them somewhere. I mean, actually, I probably know where they're going because we came with 2 other friends. So I'm just going to assume they're with them. That makes sense. They're going to the skate park. They'll be fine. Ish. Probably.
You need to pull yourself together just a little bit.
Are these
Yes.
answers going to get me closer to my beloved? Because if not, I do not wish to waste time on this.
The answers will give you the freedom to get away from everything so you can be with your love. Think of it like that. Whether they're human or whatever. If we can get these answers, I can use them. I can bring it down and we'll all be free. Also, this shiny coin, I've got no fucking idea what it's about.
You didn't figure anything out.
Nah, it's not
Maybe it's
building.
just a shiny coin. It can't just be a shiny coin at this point, right? There's 4 of us.
No,
I
and who's
agree.
that bloke?
May I see the coin?
Hands it
And
up to you.
as you hand it over, we just checked if there was some ether emission. We haven't hacked it so far, but we can. And I think that is the thing we're going to do before we are going into a short break. But let's go for some things, because we have a coin, and if it is a piece, a device made by angels or the God machine, well, it has a code. Codes can be broken. Codes can be read. You can look into the programming of things. And if you want to, go for manipulation plus crafts plus primum, which is your supernatural ability stat. And if someone of you want to get the same vibes as the coin, the same resonance, you can spend a point of ether to attune to it, which will give you a +2 bonus.
To attune to the coin?
To attune to the coin.
What are we rolling? What would be re-rolling again? Sorry.
Manipulation plus crafts plus primum.
5.
I'm gonna say that's still a really bad roll for me.
Do I want to attune to this coin?
I see somebody holding up 5 fingers.
5 successes.
Yeah.
I'm spending an ether because I've got no dice on this and I've failed most things.
But if you want to, Mr. Teller, You can attune to the coin.
Yeah.
Whatever should go wrong.
I'm going to attune to the coin.
God.
Don't say that. I'm going to attune to the coin. Do I roll to attune to it or?
No, you just spent the point of glamour. Yes, of course.
Glamour.
I've been secretly a changeling this whole time.
Yes.
The coin is a changeling. It suddenly pops out and becomes something else.
Yeah, it's a changeling which used the contract of props and scenery and became an object.
Goblin Queen, isn't it? It's come back for revenge.
So, I think the fourth wall is broken down and in shambles. Mr. Teller, please. Yeah.
I did spend an aether to attune to it.
Yeah, so let the dice roll. And I love the way Vitas was showing the number of successes. So if you rolled any successes, please hold up your hand. I think this
It
is
was
brilliant.
Manipulation.
Plus crafts, plus primum.
Oh, 2 bagels.
So rolled a 1.
Primum.
I also have
And if I had-
one, but
Tuned to it. Do I get the bonus for this?
Yeah.
Is that 2 dice?
2 dice.
Oh, okay. Neat. Wow. I rolled a bunch of dice. And still I got 1 success.
I got
Great.
4 5s.
Oh. Oh. No.
Still nothing.
So I think you're attuned to the coin, right? And
Mr. Teller did.
oh, I thought somebody else did as well. Who else did? Only Mr. Teller.
Just
Okay.
me.
Just Mr. Teller.
Just me.
So you get the feeling that it is vibrating in a very special frequency. And there is definitely something hidden, but you can't get to it. Mr. Teller instead is spanning a little bit of this excess godly energy, and it whisks away the golden ledigo. And you see in angelic scripture the code of creation. It is a fabricated coin. And you can notice that it is giving off a sound. A sound that echoes back from the walls like a tracking device would be on other frequencies. And you're sure there has to be a receiver somewhere who probably gave you this coin. And then we got Vitas, who notices there is a signal. It is a very high-pitched note. And you see it as a two-way communication. One signal goes out, one returns to keep the message going, to ping it on a regular basis to get another impulse, another sound. And all you do is turn off, click, the message that's going out from you. So you're only receiving a signal from that person.
I have
And-
fixed. Oh, go for it.
I think we're going to go on a break in this moment. As long as our technician is there. Is somebody there? Wonderful. And we're back from our short interruption. There's no reason to panic at all. There's just this group of more or less strangers finding each other at a ferry station in a very easy to observe waiting area with some surveillance cameras on the walls. There are some people around. Actually, all of the people from the ferry, they left. So it's only the four of you. And there are some people in the stalls. They're waiting, or in the shops, and they're waiting for new customers or people who seek information. And they're all on their phones, listening to music, watching some videos, playing some games. Did you notice how many phones in the last few years entered the market with 3 cameras on the backside and at least one on the front? You have the right tool for every angle. Isn't that just beautiful? Yeah.
So I think Vitas holds this coin up and he says, this was a tracking device, but it's also a backwards transmitter. They communicate to us. I've turned it off so that, and he points, so that it will not send our signal, but we can trace it back. But if you want this and you are so interested in your God machine, I want a promise of your help. I have my own agenda. I wish to swoon my beloved, and you will all help me.
We tried that already. Didn't it work?
It did, but we have to find them because they sent me this letter. But now I'm interrupting that by helping you. So you're going to have to help me with that.
Wait. Now, I'm not the one to put all these pieces together. I could tell any points to Mantis. So you have that letter. I got gifted a tracking device. All of us are here. Your beloved is supposed to be here.
Yes.
What does that letter say?
So he pulls out the letter, and it's in this beautiful scrawling handwriting, and it says, I'm so sorry, Daphnis. I was wrong about Colin. I was wrong about everything. You're the person I'm supposed to be with. Come meet me on this ferry so we may come and live our lives together and enjoy splendor with one another. I love you, Skylar Fisher.
Have you ever met this Skylar before?
Oh, of course. I've watched them for over a decade, and I've met them several times.
You watched them?
That's not meeting somebody.
That's
I met them after. Well, no, it was my job to watch them.
Wait, yeah,
And Colin, but who cares about Colin?
when you had me take that video, you made it sound like you were dating or had dated. Not that you were
We were going to be dating. I had to show her that Colin wasn't the right fit. And so the video and the roses were showing her the truth. Well, the roses was just a nice thing.
Well, I'm glad you paid me. I don't know.
Yes.
Doesn't that just seem...
No, not at all. I love Skylar, and we're meant to be. They just need to see. It's why I've accumulated this wealth and this physique on this body. I've thought about plastic surgery for the scars, but I haven't gotten there just yet.
That's not what I mean. I don't really care that much that you like the Skylar person. I meant that you got a letter saying that you should be on this ferry because that's where you were going to meet Skylar.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're also on this ferry. And there was a tracking device. This is not...
Also, Vitas is wearing a scarf, which is definitely not in tone with his rest appearance.
And where'd you get that scarf?
You took that off somebody. You had an argument with somebody. I see.
Colin was there, which is most displeasing. I did not expect to ever see his face again.
Hang on. So
Despite the
your
hours
love
of
is not
pleasure.
here, but
Yes.
Colin, the brother of the one you want. is
No.
here.
Colin was the boyfriend, but you see, I had a nice conversation with Colin, and then we had hours of sex, which showed that Colin would cheat on Skylar, which is the video I sent to Skylar to show that Colin would do such things. And then I warned them to stay away from Skylar because they were clearly an impure match.
Right. Can we carry this conversation on elsewhere? We've been sat on this dock for what?
Yeah,
10 minutes talking
we need
about
to probably move.
Fine. But this was my
this
beloved scarf, and
love
Colin had
story
it.
of weirdness. Let's go. Let's move. I don't
Fine.
like it.
Let's go towards the lavender
Down.
farm.
I don't like it.
Or
either.
actually, we should go towards where this coin is probably beaming, right?
Yes.
I think that's a good idea.
Storyteller.
Yes.
Can I do a quick look around to see if that guy in the suit is around?
Ooh,
Yeah, you
smart.
can.
Ooh.
It's wits plus composure.
Second. Let me work out what numbers those are. My computer's being really slow. Wit and ooh, okay. Gods of chance. I like you. I don't like gods of binary people. Gods of chance. None of this law breaking, not law, follow rule stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I got well, no, it didn't, but it kind of did. I got a 9 and an 8, but I also got 2 1s.
So we don't have to worry about any ones. We're just looking at the beautiful 8s and 9s. And the 1 is only important if you ever reduce to a chance die, which means that you have so many negative modifiers that you would be with 0 or less dice. Then you still have the chance die, which can be a 10, which is 1 success, or 1, which is the only way to get a very bad dramatic failure. You can always go for dramatic failure and receive, if I'm remembering this right, I haven't happened this in any of my games so far. I think you get a willpower back, which I'd like to introduce as a rule. If you are feeling like you really need to get this roll right, you can spend a point of willpower and it will add 3 dice to your roll. If you don't have any willpower left, yeah, that's bad for you. But it's there, you can spend it. So you told me 2 successes.
Yes.
Well, right now he isn't here, but as a demon, you have eidetic memory, which means you can just log back in your sensory hard drive and rewatch the last scene you were having. And things you didn't pay attention to might come up now, which they do. You remember that the person in the suit went to the bathroom. And then 2 minutes later, he leaves the bathroom and is heading for the bus stop. 30 seconds later, a second guy in a black suit with a white shirt and a blue tie, but blonde hair and more of an eagle nose, leaves the restroom. And you can't remember this person entering that place.
Okay. So, right, yeah, we need to get off this dock. And where we're going, let's go for a walk and ignore any kind of transport. You know, cameras and things. I'm not keen to be seen. So, but I don't know if you guys saw it. There was somebody, and I did mention it. He was taking pictures of us, and he got on a bus, but I don't know if it was him or not. It looked like him, but when he came out the toilet, there were two of them, and only one man went in. Kind of a bit opposite to that 2 men in, 1 man out kind of thing. This was 1 man in, 2 men out. Looked the same, but had blonde hair.
They both get on the bus.
Storyteller, did they both get on the bus? Or don't they?
Hard to say. You can't really see that area.
Okay.
Probably. Well,
I'm unaware.
I picked up that you're leaving for the bus stop.
Follow me from the bus stop, I said. If others want to go that way, I will be very unhappy, but I will follow.
Okay, the thing is, Mr. Teller is very attuned to this coin, and you can hear this pinging sound in your head. It's actually like the sonar on a submarine. So you get these ping, ping, and the sounds just echoes for a while. And as you get to the bus stop, where only 2 buses are left, you can clearly navigate that it is coming from the direction one of these buses is heading to right now, leaves the bus stop and drives down the street away from the city to the lavender farm. And you and Uriel see Lily in the back seat row on this bus, looking around, making a relief face as they can see you, pulling out the phone, pointing at it, and making a braking gesture, and then sort of, I'm sorry gesture, and then points at the other bus. And they drove off.
Wait, so she made a gesture as breaking her phone?
She's not actually breaking it, but it looks like if she were. So maybe the phone is broken?
Okay. That's not ideal.
That sound was coming. It's such an annoying sound. It's just like references the ping. Are we going to go on that other?
Sounds like your music. Annoying.
Excuse me. My music is beautiful, and I choose what I portray in my music now.
Young people.
Young people. Young people. You okay there, Uriel?
No, yes, no, 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 no.
It's all over your face. You're forgetting to control it.
I wouldn't say that's my specialty. I mean, I'm really worried because Lily is on that bus and she just made a lot of really weird hand gestures and said she was sorry. And I think her phone's broken.
Then if that's also where I'm getting this damn ping, maybe we do go. We can break the electronics. I can, at least.
I'm not good at breaking electronics.
I can break things. I'm good at breaking things.
Perfect.
I can break things without physically touching them, I guess I should say.
I can hide.
You can hide. I mean, should we go? I mean, I want this pinging to stop. I'm not going to lie. I need to find where this is going, or I'm going to hear this forever.
You could remix it into one of your songs. No, it's not a good sound.
No, it's not. It's like, I'm not going to even try to emulate it because it might give too much away.
So the remaining bus starts its engine. How do you get on board?
I think Vetus just starts shoving people out of the way and it's like, you 3 come with me now. It's going to the lavender farm. I believe my beloved will be there from the signs.
As how many people are around us at the moment?
Not too many, but let's say it's 7.
Am I? I don't want to be on that bus in person. Can I borrow one of you a second?
Sure. You did me a favor once.
Just walk around the corner. I'm going to be your shadow. So away from people. And I want to use my exploit Living Shadow to become Ariel's shadow.
Fair.
You're reducing the amount of attention that's around you, but still, it's like this fucking place is made out of cameras. So
yep,
you have to roll to prevent harming your cover. But first, we will go for the exploit. What's
I'm sorry
happening?
if this all goes wrong and ends up hurting Ariel. I do apologize. But what do I need? Intelligence.
Be okay.
Health and premium. Seven dice.
7 dice.
I believe in you.
I believe in you, dice.
Just as many dice
You're
as
amazing,
mortals.
I hate my dice.
No.
You have to love the dice or they won't love you.
I love the dice. I gave them encouragement, but they betrayed me.
Or did you
7
just
dice and 0 success.
It's just incredible.
Yeah, that's wild.
This is not like the Changeling game a couple of days ago.
This is absolutely not like the Changeling game. Why is it failing?
There's too many cameras. I'm too nervous about the number of cameras that are around. Bringing awareness to myself. I'm trying to hide from the God Machine. I don't want him to know where I am. But everywhere I look, I just see cameras. And there are people on the bus with phone cameras. And it puts me off. It distracts me from my abilities. I start doing strange things in front of Ariel, and I say, I'm going to be your shadow. And then I'm not. And look mildly embarrassed.
It happens.
I just want to get out of here. Let's go. Get on the bus. Pull my head down further. I'm up the embarrassed look. Like, nothing's happened here.
I think what you take away from this short maneuver is that you actually see a middle-class car pulling out of a parking lot and driving down the street towards the lavender farm. And at the steering wheel sits a man in a suit. Black suit, white shirt, blue tie. And you get onto the bus and you drive your merry way. So, if you haven't had already researched the lavender farm at Port Angeles, please do it. There's some very, very pretty pictures of this in the interwebs. Download this knowledge from the God Machine, rip it away from it, and have a sight at this beautiful, beautiful place we are about to enter. We have this mansion-like central building with pillars and a tiny skylit tower in the middle of the roof. It is painted in bright white. In the first floor, I think it is an American. And the first floor, you have the tourist center with the shop for all the trinkets made of lavender and made about lavender, and just everything you could ever imagine and be to need. It covers all your lavender-based needs. In the floor above this, there's probably some bureaus and stuff like this. And there's a parking lot. Thank you very much for spreading the knowledge and the impression. So, and above that, we got around that we got a parking area, which is very large because there are tourist troops all the time. They're guided tours all across the fields. These perfectly arranged, symmetrical, aligned fields of flowers. And there's a buzzing sound of all the bees who are living there. They are actually held in my English is failing me. Beehives. Yeah, it's so easy. They are held in company beehives and moving like tiny, well-organized armies all across the fields and doing the good work. And you can see, as I already told you, there are tourist groups all over the place, and they do have guides. And yeah, I need to know, where are you going? Fields, tourist center. Where do you want to go?
Is there any way? Am I still hearing that ping?
Yes, you are. And you're pretty close to it.
So the visitor center would be
sources.
before the actual fields, right?
Yeah.
I think he's gonna look at everybody else as like, I think we should go to the visitor center first.
You have the tracker beacon,
I mean,
apparently.
it's close. It's kind of hard to really discern the exact spot. But if I was the god machine, it would need to be with other. It'd probably be in the visitor center, right? Like, if they're not, the flowers aren't it, right?
I've heard if you say its name, you call it closer.
Thanks.
You're
That's
welcome.
not what I wanted to think about in this very moment.
Let us check the visitor center. There seems to be the most people there. It's also, closer. And like he's looking, but it's clear he's not focusing on like the mission. He's clearly trying to spot Skylar amongst the people.
Is somebody gonna tell him? Is it me?
Tell him, that he's been played? I don't know.
Yeah.
I was hoping the pieces would just kind of fall in place.
Me too. I was hoping he would put these pieces together.
I think we'll be waiting a while for that one. Doesn't seem like there's much going on up there.
You know what? Let's go to the visitor center.
He likes his buildings.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you don't want to go in, you can stay out.
Just because I think I might be able to make a roll on this one. Yes, we can do that. But I've got academics architecture.
Yeah.
Big skill that I've got. There's a building
Yeah.
Get it?
Can I use my knowledge of architecture to kind of get a feel of the layout or any information that I might know about the building as to whether maybe the God Machine will be looking to use it for something?
Please do. Please do.
I believe in your dice, and I believe in you.
I'm also very, very tempted just to give me more dice and give me more hope to take on a bit of a demon form.
Would you?
But it depends on what I need to roll, because I've got something that will give me +2 to any intelligence roll.
I think this is like totally intelligent thing. I get like a big brain energy here.
Yeah, I'm thinking big brain energy. I'm thinking of making my head from the small hooded thing to a larger, swelled up, pulsating brain thing. So yeah, what's it called again? Inhuman intelligence.
Yeah.
Intelligence.
I like to inform you that you are in the vicinity of mortals, right? Good. Just to make sure you're aware of this. Great. Go for your dice roll, and then we will see what your cover thinks of this.
I failed with 7 dice. I now have 8 dice, and my dice love me, and I love my dice, and they are the best things in the world, and they are my friends. And they would never betray me, because friends are good like that.
I think I forgot to mention that because I think this is just a brilliant idea, you get a bonus die.
Oh, nice.
I'm just not going to roll any more dice. I'm just going to be here as a talky person.
No, but I want you to roll dice.
We still need to do one roll.
Bad luck away from all you, so you will get the amazing rolls.
No,
I
give it to
9
me.
dice and 0 successes.
I'm
I have
very.
a big head now.
You have a really big head, and that might become a problem because people might pick up on this, and I really need you to protect your cover and defend against a compromise against it. So please roll wits plus manipulation.
Wits plus manipulation.
You got it this time.
You got it.
But these dice, I'm tempted to go and find some more dice, but these dice are amazing. Please.
You've worked through your issues.
I
They're
got
ready.
110.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I got 110.
I mean,
This
that's still a
is-
success.
Success
Yes.
is a success.
And it
Look at the
protects
I'm going to
your.
keep that dice, and it's going to be my special dice because it likes.
Perfect. Yeah, you protect your cover. Somehow, it is just the thing that, like, demons can't tell lies. If they say the sky is green, nobody would pick up on this because even though they see the sky is blue, it's just like it's no lie. It's perceived truth. As it is with your head. Your head is just a normal head, right?
Yeah, it's just a little larger. I'm trying to use the hood of my raincoat to maybe disguise it a little bit. But if anybody sees it and they ask, it's like just an abnormally large-headed person.
Yeah, and it's also a very thick hood you're wearing, I think. So, yeah, it is all right. You don't get a glitch. So we are very happy. And, well, without further knowledge, except for this is a well-kept building. It is actually a little bit older, but a lot of money was spent on keeping it all top-notch and fine. So everything is all right. So it's a older building and not a recent addendum to reality. So far, you are sure. It's not made from nothing. And you enter the visitors center. It is a busy place, and there are many visitors right here, and you get all the things. Just name some one ordinary and one very special item you can get here. Whoever has the first idea starts.
I think an ordinary item you can get here is they do lavender sugar fairy floss.
Mm-hmm.
Lavender soap, because lavender soap is always available as a regular item.
There's always lavender soap.
Something rare that they would find here.
Yeah.
How long has you said that this farm's been here for a really long time, right?
Yeah.
I think there's very few of them and they're in like a locked case, but it's fossilized lavender.
Ooh.
There you go. That's a neat one. I like that.
Oh, Great.
There's like
What
maybe
else?
4 of them.
Some of them maybe from the original fields that brought the lavender over, that seeded this plantation.
Yeah.
Do
More-
not touch.
Do not
Sorry.
touch. No, you're good. Like,
Locked in case. Ask for assistance if wish to purchase.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So, what else?
more things.
Yeah. The players have contributed so far.
Okay.
There's lavender vinegar,
Ooh.
but it's like a champagne lavender vinegar.
Ooh.
Ooh.
No, that's fancy.
I think there's like go for it, Lucian.
Let's say lavender honey, and like probably just a bunch of other. Here's our special honeys and like the honey stir sticks that you can get for your tea.
Ooh.
I think there's like a lavender colored bear, but if you hug it, it smells like lavender because it's got satchels of lavender sewn inside of it. And so it's like scented lavender and it's got like a lavender colored fur and it's holding a little heart. I think they sell those.
Wonderful.
This is not technically a line, but this is really kicking off my hay fever allergy. Lavender's one of those things that sets my hay fever off.
No. It's all the pains. I'm so sorry. Well, as the God Machine, I don't have it in feelings, but if I had, I would simulate general sorriness. I assure you. So, also, there's a guy in this place, like this ordinary person guy with a black suit and a white shirt and a little tie. And he is constantly looking at his phone.
What color's his hair?
Oh, it's brown.
Right.
And so looking back. Sorry.
Oh, no. No, if you have something you want to say, you can say it first, and then I'll ask.
Looking back into your logs, you see some video footage on your eidetic memory that this person was not this person. It was a blonde person driving that car, right? Was also watching the phone constantly, even during driving. So, Mr. Teller, what was your question?
Does Mantis say something about the phone?
I will have told you about I think I told you maybe when we were on the boat that we were being photographed by this bloke.
Yeah, I think now that they're in here and he thinks that this might be where we're going to start to find things, but he also doesn't want to be being video cameraed and similar like that. I think I also will take on some of my demon form to try to create an EMP field.
Ooh.
Are you going to do this in a highly populated place.
I mean, yes, because why not?
Okay, great. Yeah,
It's
just
a one
do
shot.
this.
What can go wrong?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah,
I'm gonna
definitely.
Spend 1 aether and roll my intelligence and premium as my arms and hands start to sheen with thin wires and circuits. We'll see if I can do this. Seems like not my intelligence and premium, which is 2. And do you say I can spend a willpower
Yeah,
to get 3 dice?
yeah.
I'm gonna spend a willpower to get 3 dice just to make
Mhm.
sure.
Mm-hmm.
And I will roll for my EMP field. Let's see.
Just sort of a better way I could have hidden myself, but it still involves rolling dice.
1,
Fatal distortion.
2. Okay, well, it's only 2 successes, but it's now all electronic devices within a 5-foot radius per success are broken. They are rendered defunct and useless from the overcharge.
Ooh.
So I guess a
One-
10-foot radius from me.
Duffel, please, since you're revealing part of yourself to the public eye, maybe in the middle of infrastructure, we aren't sure. Roll wits plus manipulation and take a -3 dice penalty
I'm gonna
because
Okay, yeah, no, I get you. I'm gonna spend another willpower. Can I spend willpower to get dice to that one?
usually you don't on degeneration
Okay, that's fine. Then I'm
rolls.
down to a singular die.
Woohoo!
So you know
All you need is 1 success.
that is not a success. That is a 7.
Well,
Well, I broke some things at least.
yeah. And we're coming back to that in a second.
Valid.
So, where's the coin?
I think that Vetus is still holding it.
Vetus is still holding it.
Mhm.
So, I think that Vetus is feeling that the coin is giving off a pulse. It's like switching back on the sending mechanism, but it is on a much larger scale.
I crush it in my hands.
Yeah, you do, but the beacon is flaming. And Mr. Teller, you can hear back in your head the gears churning. And to be honest, might there be some relief? Something that was separating you, like you were hidden underneath several layers of cloth. And one of these layers is just stripped away from you. You're one step closer to be recognized, returned, as you lose 1 point of cover. And I think you get a glitch, which means from time to time, blue lightning crackles from like your ear to one eye, or from the corner of your mouth down your neck. And from time to time, people can pick up on this.
Oh, good. He turns to everybody and he's like, I have dealt partially with some of the things as probably a light, some of the blue crackles.
So you've exposed us, yeah,
A little bit, yeah.
a little bit, right? Okay. Is he here? Is it here?
I think something's here.
I think you watched through a phone camera intently. And there would be probably some sort of silent alarm, but you killed every electronics around you. There's nothing except this phone working right now. The lights went off. The cache system broke down. All the phones around you just died. And you're pretty sure you killed every line of communication right now, which might be very helpful to you.
Yeah.
Minus
Mantis is very happy right now.
minus that one phone.
Minus that one phone, and the man with the brown hair looking at his phone, directing its camera at you. And then he turns around.
I'm going to chase
And-
after this
I was
guy.
gonna say, yeah, Uriel wants to chase after him.
Yeah, Vitas is going after this guy. He's crushed the coin. He's noticed this person, and he's going after them.
Perfect. And we enter a different kind of scene. And we see, bam, come, as soon as he leaves the door and the storyteller switches to German, he dematerializes. He is, for a short second, in the blind corner of all the mortals. And that's just the second he dematerializes and then reappears out of a distortion next to a tourist group. Uriel, please guess who is in this group.
I don't know. I guess I'm gonna guess Lily is in this group.
You're so right.
Damn.
What you gonna do? All of you.
I mean, is this man still just looking at his phone again?
He is still looking at his fucking phone.
Dude, this phone.
I think Uriel kind of wants to try and steal, like, take his phone out of his hands. Like, I think she wants to take the phone.
How do you cross the distance?
Well, I think she's gonna.
I
was gonna say, is it time to just use our demon powers, or do I just teleport?
have a question. How far is this guy? Is he further than 20 yards?
So he left the visitor center and kind of teleported into the fields. So it is a long distance.
More than 20 yards, though.
More than 20 yards, so.
Okay. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think then Vitas is just running towards this guy.
Yeah, I think Uriel is going to use some of her demon abilities and teleport, because I can teleport anywhere in my line of sight. And she's going to teleport right next to him. Is her plan,
Oh, great.
and try to take his phone out of his hands.
Awesome. Mantis, please do your dice roll for teleporting in the meantime. And Mantis is doing what?
I mean, Uriel teleporting.
Yeah, Uriel is teleporting. So I said to Uriel, please do your dice roll.
There isn't a dice roll for teleporting.
Oh, that's awesome.
I just do it. I spend an aether and I go.
Then please go for wits plus manipulation for your cover defense. And still, Mantis, what are you going to do? You see Uriel dematerializing. You see Vitas running out of the doors across the fields. Mantis.
I'm half tempted to just do some really stupid stuff now. He's quite clearly aware that the God Machine is here, and he's being watched by the God Machine and does not like it. I am. Do I want to do that? Do I want to set fire to everything?
You can set fire to your whole cover. You can do this,
I can
and
set fire to
then
all the fields as well.
oh, this is a yeah. So just to tell you, you can literally burn your cover, giving up the whole identity and everything that belongs to this, permanently become your demon form until you find another cover.
Oh no! I was talking about Rain of Fire.
Yeah, that's right. It just, since it would mean that you're going to lose cover.
Oh god, yes! It turns me into a complete walking napalm bomb.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, why not? Let's have some fun.
Great. Do you have to do a dice roll for this?
So it cost me 1 ether,
Yeah.
and then it's intelligence plus primum.
Great.
Does my 2+ intelligence still count from?
Yeah, it does. You still have your big brain. Please go for the dice roll whilst I'm interviewing Mr. Teller about his options. What are you doing?
I would like to use my exploit swarm to, if I get it, I can give the swarm a command, and it can't be complicated. So it's got to be like attack that target or fly into that window. And I want to, if I succeed, make the swarm chase the mortals, so they're away from the guy with the phone.
This is, oh, I love this. This is just amazing.
I'm trying here to maybe lessen the impact we're all about to have in exposing ourselves. But you know,
You're seeing me getting very, very warm, and there's like a glow coming around me. Oh shit!
yeah, I'm very, I believe that the jig's about to be up, so to speak. So animal can, premium, and presence. Let's see, what's my presence?
Wonderful.
1,
So
2, 3, 4.
we see Vitus running across the field towards the man in the suit with a phone. And as you're running across the field, you see her.
Uh-oh.
Is it her?
Is it her?
It is a her.
He completely veers off track and starts running to Skylar.
And
Like-
she is having a chat at one of the few trees that are in the area. And she is talking to a guy, blonde hair, blue, black suit, white shirt, blue tie, on a phone.
How close is this? How close is this guy to her?
He is like pretty close.
I tackle him.
Wonderful. So, what is Uriel doing in the meantime? Teleporting next to Mr. Brown-haired tie phone, and being close to Lily.
So I got 2 successes on that wits manipulation check for my cover, I believe. And then, yeah, I think what she wants to do is like basically teleport right next to him and like reach over and just like try to like basically like steal his phone off of him.
Wonderful. We do need to make a brawl, probably plus dexterity roll for this.
Okay.
In the meantime, Mr. Teller is hacking the bees.
Yes. I hacked the bees, and now I got 6 successes, so it's an exceptional success. But I'm not ordering them to attack anybody, so the exceptional success clause is not really useful.
Well, it is still an exceptional success. So
That's true.
you pick up the frequency of the bees, and for a second, you are in danger to lose yourself to the rhythm of the wings and the mesmerizing circles they are drawing across the fields. And you see for a second a glimpse of the genius that must have mastercrafted this pattern. It is somebody spent probably years setting up this infrastructure. And you know it's not the bees, but it is out here. And it is here for a reason. And you are sure it has something to do with you. As the bees swarm out, as you change just a few lines in their programming, and they start surrounding the tourists and the field workers, and they start to hurry away very fast because you wrote 6 successes, which is pretty good because fire is starting to fall from the sky. And we left the genre of techno-gnostic espionage and entered the topic, the themes of techno-gnostic warfare. So, Mr. Mantis, tell us what's happening.
So I ended a willpower. I used a willpower to add dice to my roll. I rolled 11 dice. Got 2 10s and 2 8s. Rerolled the 10s and got nothing. So I've got 4 successes, which I believe is exceptional.
It's 5, but
Oh,
it's
it's
still
5,
a very high number.
Okay, so it's just a success. I can attempt to direct the fire at targets.
Yeah,
And then it says the player rolls wits plus occult minus defense. Is that me, or is that the target I'm trying to hit?
It is minus your target's defense, and it is
So
your
wits plus
roll.
occult minus defense.
You rolled 4 successes. I'm giving you 2 additional dice.
Okay.
You summoned a heavy amount of fire.
I'm just looking at my goals.
Actually, sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I think the air is filled with ether at this point. And it is just that you're reaching out for that and inciting it. It is just there. There's an infrastructure close, and you just, oh, there's a lot of ether. I can incinerate everything and just do this. So I'm looking up the defense of this wonderful, wonderful person.
Yeah, it's the guy with the phone I'm going for.
Yeah. Which guy with the phone, by the way? We do have 2.
I've not seen the blonde one. I've not seen Vetis run off to find their romance. I've only noticed the guy in the middle of the field at the moment, and that's what's drawn my attention. So I'm just going for the guy with the brown hair, not the blonde hair.
Yeah. This is great. There's everything here in this document.
Million.
There it is. So defense. Ooh, it's high. It's 7.
So my wits plus my occult is 5, plus the 2 dice you gave me bonus is 7. So that gives me 1 dice.
Yeah. Do you spend the
where's that dice
willpower?
that gave me the success beforehand. 3. No, 5.
Do you want to spend willpower?
Yes. All the willpower. I got a 9. I got 1 success.
What's about Uriel's dice roll.
Oh, I spent a willpower for those extra dice, and I got 7 successes to steal this man's phone.
So, slow motion. He is on his phone, reaching out for Lily. Out of nowhere, Uriel materializes, catching that phone, rips it from his hand, and pushes him backwards directly into a stream of fire, which engulfs him from the burning lavender field. And you got so much time because you're moving so fast that you can very well see the panicked look on Lily's eyes as they looking at you shocked and see a man burn. And there should be a number of health points. Right. Wonderful. In the meantime, we
Three
got...
lethal damage.
Please. Lethal damage.
Yeah, anyone caught by the fire suffers 3 lethal damage automatically. The fires do not last and only remain for 1 turn. Primum dot, so for 3 turns.
This man is so on fire. He becomes the next Human Torch. Vitus.
Yeah. So Vitus, as he's running, engages Hush, which is something he can use as a serial destroyer to kill or incapacitate a target without either of them making a sound. As he's striking this gentleman in the solar plexus, silencing him, and planning to continue his assault.
Great.
Yeah, so that's dexterity brawl defense, it looks like.
The defense is still 7.
Okay. Against my dexterity brawl. So it's -7 dice or
-7 dice.
okay.
You don't need your willpower. It's a one-shot. Use it.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my willpower, which gives me. Can I use more than one at a time, or?
I think you can only spend 1 point.
Okay, so that's going to give me 3 dice. And that's going to be 1, 2, 3. I get 1 dice. But that's okay, because that dice is a 9.
This is awesome.
So it's completely quiet as I attack them and hit them in the solar plexus. There's no noise.
Do you use one of your many body weapons which you possess in your demon form?
I believe I do. Yeah, I think honestly I'm using my blade hand.
Which is awesome. What does this blade hand do?
So this blade hand, it's summoned, and he cannot be disarmed without removing the limb. And the weapon has a rating of 4L, so 4 lethality, and gives a -3 penalty to my initiative. But it's also in conjunction with a heavy weapons merit that I have, which allows me to. Where did this go? Yeah, it allows me to use like this extreme thing in easy maneuvers without it taking extra time.
Also, you've got strike first.
I also have strike first, yes. And I also have sure strike. So I'm just going to wreck this man.
Yeah. So we got 1 success, which is another point of damage, which we add to the 3 points. 3?
Mm-hmm.
What did you say? 3 or 4 from your knife hand?
4.
4.
But I also, he's so angry. He's also going to bring the pain, which is my strikes, stuns, and incapacitates, as well as causing massive trauma to the body. I'm going to sacrifice my defense to use the pain to make a standard attack roll. Any damage you score with bring the pain counts as a penalty to all actions the victim may take during the next scene. So if you cause 4L damage to the opponent, it has a -4 on their next attack, which is, I believe, a -5.
Which is a -5 because we add the 1 success to the 4 points of lethal damage. You're close to killing this thing as you
way too close.
as you nail its body against this tree.
But it makes no noise.
Yeah, you're completely right. It should make a noise because you're kind of breaking the tree.
No noise.
But there's no noise.
Mhm.
There's just Skylar.
And I blow her a kiss. And I'm saying, I'm so sorry they were bothering you, beloved. It will just be you and I in one moment. Look away. Your beautiful eyes should not see such hideous things.
And as you tell the sweet nothings, you roll to protect your cover.
Ooh, okay, what do I roll?
Wits plus manipulation. And we return to the rest of the scene as you are doing this.
Yes.
How does my cover work? Because I've effectively just launched fire out of the sky from my hammer.
You also protect your cover with Wits plus manipulation. Hope to get away with some sort of gas lack incidents.
Ball lightning. No one's ever seen ball lightning before. That's what it is. Ooh. 4 successes.
Amazing. This is just how do you get away with this? I'm probably doing this wrong. So for some reason, it's probably because Mr. Teller already shooed away most of the mortals. And there is kind of a crazy situation happening right now. And we see one black suit, white shirt, blue tie guy being consumed by flame, and another being pierced through the chest onto a tree. That there's a third one, which Mr. Teller identifies as probably the original, the black-haired guy, and he's even further down in the fields. And he picks up a gun, points it at Uriel, and fires. And I need to know your defense.
Say 6.
That is 6. That might come in handy.
Okay.
So this is actually pretty not cool for him. I'm going to spend some willpower as well. Wonderful, Mr. Uriel. Probably Mr. I don't know. It's hard to say, actually. You're getting hit. A projectile meets your body, throws you around, dangerously close to the burning field, away from Lily. The forearm, I don't know. Do you lose it? Is it still in your hand?
I mean, I think she'd like to hold on to it if she can. Or if
So
that's a roll of some kind. Yeah.
No, we don't have to roll everything.
Okay.
It's
She's holding on to that phone then.
you're holding to this phone.
Because she thinks there's answers in it.
You're hit. And there's a massive amount of pain. Something you got served by not being an angel anymore, feeling pain. Hoorays, thank you. mortality, and you're not bleeding. It is a rubber projectile, which still deals 5 points of bludgeoning damage, bashing damage, whatever. Okay. So if your bar fills up with this, you are unconscious but not dead.
Not yet.
Not yet.
I have one spot left.
Boy.
So everything is all right?
Yeah. I'm conscious.
Great. So the persona peers onto the tree, tries to go for its pistol they're wearing on a holster beneath the jacket. But as they pull it out and shoot at you, they miss you by so much because of all the negative penalties you put on them. And then there is the flaming one, helplessly crawling across the floor without its phone, unable to see. And I think we are back with Mr. Teller. What is Mr. Teller doing?
Well, I don't think he expected somebody to pull a gun at the... It seemed like, I think he had really good feelings, like we had everything out of control, under control, but that is apparently not correct. I think he's got to get closer, because I don't think he's too close. So I think he's going to go towards the person who shot Uriel, and I'm trying to decide what I do, because do I want to, how much do I want to show? Let's see. I don't know if I want to use all my extra limbs yet. I feel like that is a really big, obvious one that I cannot take back after that. All of them limbs. Let's see. I've already got the swarms doing that. I think he's just gonna... I don't know what he does. Do I have any brawl or drive? I have drive and I have lock picking. Yo. Can I summon another swarm?
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to summon another swarm of bees, because if they've mostly ran away, he can use them to attack somebody else.
Yeah.
There you go. That seems like a good idea. Presence, premium, and animal can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Make sure I picked up enough dice. I'll spend that aether. One, 2, 3. So it is just a normal success.
Still enough.
Yes, is going to attack the person that shot Uriel.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful things are going to happen. I should have looked that up before. So
they just
take a
take
single target.
Yeah, they take bashing damage every turn equal to the demon's premium. So for 2 turns, they take 1 bashing damage.
which is annoying enough because it just ignores any resistances or defenses or stuff like this.
Bees.
Bees everywhere. Great. Another swarm gets out of its hive and starts attacking the remaining. What even is this guy? Is it an angel? Maybe. So, Mantis, what are you doing?
Knowing that I can't really get to this other thing, I contemplate fire again. But having just seen Uriel get hurt, there's a little bit of guilt in my mind that it might have been my fault, drawing attention to everybody. So I'm gonna walk over to Uriel and stand, making sure that they're okay. And I want to cast Electric Jolt on myself by spending an ether to give myself an electrical field that gives me an armor rating. So I'm going to try and protect Uriel from any more incoming shots, as I'm not sure what's going on at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, my appearance, I start to kind of glow. My veins start to kind of like create this electric look through it. And you see this kind of field, electrified air appears around me. I don't need to roll anything, I think, if I'm doing the shield or the armor.
You don't have to roll anything. There's just suddenly this electrical field around you.
An ether.
Um,
How can I push this wits composure thing?
and your defense goes up by 2.
No, I get 2 armor. I get 2/0 as an armor.
I'm sorry.
Weapon punch them into bludgeoning damage, but they're too far away.
It's all right. They're actually attacking you with stun ammo. Interesting choice, by the way. So
Apply to the field. I'm okay at the moment.
what does your cover say to be glowing in a static electrical field? Like wits plus manipulation.
I got 1 success on my cover.
This is great. So somehow you still get away with all your shit. Okay. So I understood right that you're going to protect Uriel from further hittings, right? Okay, great. What is good Vitas doing?
So Vitas got a 3 on his attempt to hide this from his beloved and assuage any worry they might feel right now. 3 successes. And then is going to go in again with the blade knife to end, hopefully, the life of this angel. Because they're in the way of true love, and that's just unacceptable.
Mm-hmm.
So is it still -7? Or has the damage they've gotten impacted that?
I don't think it did. It's still -7.
Ooh, wait. So if I use strike first, it says no. Just the character. Okay. Never mind. That's only for if I fail. It doesn't impact them if I succeed. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna attack this person again. And I'm gonna spend a point of willpower with this blade. And that's an 8. So we have 1 success.
And the blade pierces the body. And it is something that you and Skylar can see.
Mhm.
They dissolve into golden coda lines in the air. I
Is
could
the phone
reference.
still there?
No, the phone dematerializes as well.
Okay.
And
I think Vetus drops the blade hand and swoops Skylar into a big hug and is like, my beloved, I've looked everywhere for you. This excursion has been most exciting to come together.
Skylar falls limp.
They passed out or
For a second, you can read a line in her eyes. Power low.
it's fake. Do I get the sense that she was fake the whole time or that this is just a fake version of her?
I don't know. I would guess you're confused.
Yeah, he's confused and he's like cradling this form, starting to walk over towards the others, being like, "Shh, just get your sleep. You must be so tired. This was an extravagant adventure today, wasn't it, beloved?"
Please roll a wits plus composure roll -3.
Okay. Wits and composure. Got 2 of those. Got 2 of those. Ooh, that's just 1 dice. That's a 4.
Please tell me your defense.
My defense is 4.
I spend a point of willpower.
Does it blow up? Is it a bomb?
No. These dice are not made for dramatic purposes. The shot misses.
Oh, yeah. He just ducks and but he ducks it and like turns to the side and he's like, "And beloved, I'm gonna get you this beautiful," and like keeps talking the whole time. "I'm gonna get you. They have these beautiful bears and they look so lovely, and you can sleep with that and you can cuddle it and it'll smell of fresh lavender, just a perfume you wear." And like he just keeps going on, like dodges the bullet on instinct and keeps walking.
Yeah, right. Uriel, what are you doing?
I think is Lily still here? Like right here?
You had a really good roll on your dexterity earlier, so I would say
She run off? Hopefully she just ran off.
She ran off, and she still has. They still have the skateboard with them, and they noticed they are in danger. And although you would probably defend them, they have the feeling they need to get out of there, and they run down the field and they lose the skateboard, stumble over it, and fall. You should be able to see them, but there's some sort of mold in the ground, and Lily disappears into a hole.
That's no good. I think that very good timing of this truck. I think that what Uriel's going to do is actually, if she sees Lily fall, Uriel would probably want to chase after them. But like still, yeah, I think Uriel wants to go check out what happened to Lily because that protector like instinct is kicking in. So I think she'll teleport. She'll spend the Aether, teleport over to where Lily is and see kind of where she fell.
You teleport there. Mr. Teller has the fine opportunity as observing the whole situation, that there is a red-haired guy in a black suit with a white shirt and a blue tie who appeared out of some service buildings, maybe, or from behind a car, who fired a shot at Vitas. And you can also see that after Vitas destroyed one of the suit wearers, that the black-haired guy, and this underlines your suspicion that this might be the original, stops in the movement and seems to experience some sort of shock and can't act. Probably because it lost a part. And in front of Mantis, there's still one of them half burned to non-existence. What are you doing about this?
Whose go is it?
Yours.
Oh, is it
Yeah.
mine? Sorry, I thought,
You're good.
sorry, I thought it was Mr. Teller. I kind of look at Uriel and just like, this is why I never fucking help people. Turn around to the crispy guy on the ground, and I punch him in the head with
Sure.
my electric jolt.
Sure. Do you need his defense?
Let me just have a look what electric. While the electric field is active, the demon can use it as a weapon on a successful touch attack. The demon deals 6B with no initiative penalty.
So this would be a brawl attack, either strength or dexterity. And the defense is so much lower without that phone. We're talking about defense 2.
So I'm going to spend a willpower because currently I have 1 dice for this. So all I'm going to do, give him a jolt in the back of the head, hopefully. Get 1 success.
So how many points of damage does Electric Jolt do?
6B, 6 bludgeoning, or whatever.
6
B.
bludgeoning. We see
It's
him.
also the 3rd turn, so he should slowly be going out by now, I think.
He is going out of existence. We see as oh, that's actually pretty nice. Uriel notices that the phone in her hand just falls to pieces. And it is just one single swoop of fire that rears up. And then there's ash. This part couldn't return to its source because you disconnected it And you can see the black-haired angel cramping as another part of its essence leaves, but this time it's gone, transformed into pure ether.
Do I see this guy? Do I recognize him?
I don't know. You're pretty entangled with your loved one right
That
now.
is fair. That is fair. Never mind. Just kissing beloved's forehead as they rest.
Yeah.
Mwah.
Nah. Please roll stamina plus primum, which should be 1, I think.
My primum is
And-
2.
Oh, it's actually 2. That's pretty nice. And one last stat, because it's always resolve. Stamina plus resolve plus your primum. You need at least 2 successes.
Three successes.
And as one last sign of life, the lips of Skylar part, and a heavy lavender scented gust of air comes from it. And you notice that this might be a gas attack on you.
Is this false idolatry? Is this a faked version of my beloved? It could not be anyway. And he just like snaps the fucking neck. Just twist that thing off. Like, this is clearly a fake. It is not his beloved. How dare he seethes with his bitterness that someone would think to fake perfection in this unliving, unworthy form.
And we jump to Uriel. You stand at the edge of the hole. There's actually, in this field, 4 holes. And each of them has some... It is prepared in a way that one could lay somebody down there. And Lily is right now in one of these holes. Obviously, they aren't placed in a comfortable way, and they try to get out of there. The thing is, there are what's it called? Tubes. They're coming tubes from the earth, and they're prepared with some needles, and they start to pierce her skin and dig into the flesh, into the muscles, and you can hear her confusion at first, and then you can hear the pain, but Lily's voice is getting muffled, as if if they were injected with sedatives. what do you do?
I think, how deep is the hole?
1.5 meters?
Because I definitely think Uriel really wants to try to get them out of there. I'm just trying to think of how best to get them out of there, because I can't teleport with things.
If you want to have a think about it, I can ask somebody else what they're doing.
Well, because the other thing I was thinking of, is she falling asleep, or is she still mobile? Because I also have in my pocket, and I was thinking about trying to get her something to attach herself to, like pulling a rope out of my pocket.
You got one chance for this. After that,
they're gone. Or asleep.
Probably.
I'm gonna say asleep because that sounds nice to me. Yeah, you know what we're gonna do in my pocket, and I'm gonna try and pull basically a rope or like a retrieval system out of my pocket to then throw down to Lily to attach to herself, and then I'm gonna try and pull her out of the hole.
Great. Do this. As you do this, Mr. Teller, where are you standing right now?
I don't think he's really left the spot where he first ran out to deal with things, because he's just been commanding swarms. So there is, I need a refresher because there were so many. So Muriel ran to the hole that Lily fell in.
Right.
Mantis
killed the brown-haired one off. Vitas killed the blonde-haired one off. There's still the shaking, cramping, original black-haired and a red-haired one who shot once at Vitas and now comes closer to you.
Oh.
But pointing the weapon not at you, but in the general direction of Vitas, as if to keep him at bay. But coming closer to you.
But coming closer to me?
Yes.
It's trying to get a better angle on me, so it's moving towards you, but it's still trying to hit me.
He's gonna look, and I know it seems weird to do it now, given how much we've already attacked them. But he is going to speak to him and tell him to put down the gun before we expose everything to everyone.
No gun.
I don't think that this is a problem anymore. You took care of this very efficiently.
He's trying, though, because he doesn't know what else to do. And then if that doesn't look like he's receptive to talking, which he probably doesn't.
He was answering to you.
Oh, he was? Oh, he was saying...
I'm sorry. So he said that you took very competently care of any witnesses.
Yes.
Well done.
Away.
Yes, I did. But why? Why us and why here?
I don't have the authority to speak about the others, but I do have authority to speak to you about you. So, you see, we haven't engaged in violence before there was any reason to it. And he points for a second at the burning field and the splintered tree. I am here to present you an opportunity. We know about you, Mr. Teller. We know about what happened, and we are looking forward to help you.
But
things. Sorry.
But if
Please go on.
you help me, does that mean losing all the things I can do now? Like choice?
I'm speaking out of experience at this point. I know that there are things worth to reach for, and there are things that seem to be worth to reach for. These are short-term goals, distractions. I understand that you are in a tempted situation, that you might see that things are good now. But remember, either way you decide, you can't die of age. Everything will pass except for you. Look at these defunct personalities, how they go into situations. I don't believe that this is a healthy behavior. And if this is the prospect for your future life, destruction and fire, and all the good things you might be living for right now are waning and wilting away, are you sure that this short-term goal is the right decision for you? I'm not fully aware if this is right, but I think we are offering you a decision out of your free will. So, Uriel, what are you doing?
Well, I was going to say,
So-
can I turn around and quickly just ask this guy, while this is going on as I hear the conversation, are you an agent of the bastard?
The burning guy who's...
No, the guy who's talking to Mr. Teller.
Oh, you're a little bit far away from them.
Okay, that's fine.
Uriel,
So I got 3 successes on securing that rope out of my pocket,
great.
and I would like to toss it down to Lily.
Sounds right. So we established that they are clumsy, right?
We did establish that they are clumsy.
And they are sedated.
Yep.
Well, I gotta roll the die. Lily grabs for the rope. You can see their fingers closing across the material. They try to pull up. And then there's this very, very massive needle digging into the shoulder, right beneath the bone, and pulling them back down. And they lose the last bit of strength. There's only one option to save them: to go in.
Yeah, we're gonna do it. We'll jump in that hole. I have cat leap. I fall with outstanding grace. So I can jump in that hole to avoid damage from a fall. Or I can roll to try and avoid damage if I would take damage from jumping in this hole.
Wonderful. So, since we are slowly but surely closing in on our ending, I'm giving you a choice. You get them out there, but you have to do one last roll, and if you fail, you will receive that point of bashing damage. that will fill up your score.
Okay.
So how do we want to get them out there?
I think what she wants to try to do is jump in and then try and actually, I think what she wants to do is get in the hole and then try to get her way, either climb her way back out or use the rope to assist her to get back, to hold Lily and get back out.
The rope gives you a bonus to your dice roll.
Okay.
I think it's 1 or 2, depending on
it's
your
1.
primer.
Yeah.
1. Okay.
Yeah.
And then it would just be a simple strength plus athletics roll.
Okay.
And you're going to roll this. And I need to know, Vitus, what are you doing whilst reality betrayed you in every conceivable way? We can't hear you.
I dropped this false idol after I broke its neck, and his head immediately flips up, and I'm hoping he sees the black-haired angel.
Yep.
Do I recognize the black-haired angel?
Please again.
Do I recognize the black-haired angel?
Yes.
What's their name?
Oh, and that way recognizing. That's a good question.
Yeah.
Is there a way to know an angel's name?
I mean, I'm a destroyer. I maybe worked with other destroyers in the past, and it feels like this person's a destroyer.
It actually isn't.
Oh, shit.
It isn't a
Plot
destroyer.
twist. But I have an eidetic memory, and I've maybe seen this person before.
Probably. Yeah. Yeah.
If I haven't, it's okay. But
No, it's all right. The thing is, you were traveling a lot. We established that.
yes.
So they were active in the area for some time. The angel, that is.
Mhm.
And it worked in different locations, and you might have picked it up. The name is, he said dramatically, as his brain failed him because he didn't have eidetic memory, and he knows how the name starts, but it just doesn't.
You can come up with a new name.
It's Quaron, I think.
Quarren.
Yeah.
Quarren. Yeah. So I think Vitus starts storming over and is like, Quarren, what have you done with my beloved? Where are they? And just strides in several quick successions over to where Quarren is and goes to fist a hand in their shirt and lift them up.
Wonderful. And Quarren knows that he doesn't stand a chance against you in close combat. So he lets go of the weapon and draws a rose from the inside of his jacket. It has a lavender color, and throws it into one of the holes.
Where are they? Do not lie to me. I do not wish to harm you, brother. But tell me now. I just wish to live my life.
He points at the hole.
What's a fucking insight check?
It is an angel.
Oh, it can't. So it's true. Yeah. Then we will find them together. And I'm going to walk over to this hole holding this angel and jump in with them.
Wonderful. Mantis!
Right. Question. You said I was far away from the
Yes.
conversation that Mr. Teller was having.
Yes.
I'm going to guess that I've not heard it.
Probably not.
So
If you don't tell me, you can hear it. It's also
I'm gonna say no for the moment because it solves an issue as to who I set fire to. So I'm gonna see the other angel and see Vetis carry them off. I'm going to run towards that angel, screaming, "Are you an agent of that bastard?" And I'm going to try to rain fire on that one. And I'm sorry, Vetis. You're now the one who's going to get caught on fire instead of Mr. Teller.
It happens.
But I'm going to be very specific. I've got a lot of dice I'm going to throw at this. So
Wonderful. Roll the dice.
So just so we're aware of how bad the failure is going to be when I do now. I have 3 intelligence plus 2 for the big head. I have 3 primum, and then I'm going to throw in a willpower.
Tom, out of character, because I don't know this. What is this hole, and where does it go? What do I know about this
11
hole?
dice.
I will answer this question while Mantis is rolling the dice and making astounded faces. So this hole is like a large hole. You could probably bury a. I got the worst word finding problems today.
Elephant?
No, not an elephant.
Bigger, smaller?
Coffin. You can probably bury a coffin in it. So,
Okay.
and I want to say it has like a cushioned area on the bottom, so you could rest in there, but it also has all these wires and tubes and stuff like this, and needles that are just worked into the ground. So you're jumping in there, and we learn about the fire, Mantis.
I rolled 2 10s, 2 9s, and an 8. Rerolled the 2 10s and got 2 8s.
And as Vetus jumps into the hole, the angel gets incinerated.
Vetus screams with rage. And I want to say, so did you step, were you close to us for this, or were you far?
I'm running towards you, and the rain of fire comes down, so I'm falling fire from the heavens.
Okay, are you like 20 yards away or less?
Let's say 20 yards.
Cool. So I think Vetus screams because they were supposed to help find the beloved, and now you've removed them. And so from his body, a prehensile whip-like tail sort of wishes around and wraps, grappling around your ankle, dragging you into this graves, and says, "If you have destroyed them, you will take their place in helping me find where beloved has gone."
As long as I have destroyed the agents of the God Machine, my work is done.
And you're getting attacked
You're getting
by the
there's no way-
machinery in the hole. Dioriel, what did your dice say?
We got 4. And I also have a specialty in climbing.
Which would give you another die.
Okay, give me 1 second then. Oh, nope, still just 4.
You get Lily out there. You get Lily out there and you follow them. You look around. The field is burning. People are burning. Bees are buzzing around. The people who were supposed to, I don't know, help you, 2 of them just disappeared, shouting and screaming at each other into another of these holes, probably being entangled in a whole new chapter of problems. And Mr. Teller is having a quiet discussion with the remaining part of the angel. What do you do?
I think, if anything, Uriel and Lily, like, I guess Uriel's probably carrying Lily in some fashion, since she's unconscious, would probably walk over to Mr. Teller and see what Mr. Teller is doing. Be like,
Wonderful.
what's going on here?
Mr. Teller, what is the answer?
Was trying to get them to stop, but now everybody is in the ground, and he's gonna look at the angel that they were talking that he was talking to earlier, and he's like, I remember some of what I was supposed to play before I fell, and that there was good things after all of the bad things that were supposed to happen, and that was scary, and so I didn't want to mess that up, and so I ran instead. And you're saying that I could go back?
Yes.
But if I go back, I would have to still deliver all of these scary things to people, even if it's. And he looks at Uriel and he's like, what is happening here? Why are people jumping into holes? What does this
Before-
infrastructure do? I feel like at this point I can tell that we're in an infrastructure.
Absolutely. And before I answer your second question, I'd like to point out that others fell because they envy the ones like you, the ones who may speak fear not, for I bring you a message of great joy. You would spread messages like this. If you don't return, you spread actions like that. I don't believe that compliance is the worst case scenario. And indeed, I may say these words for once. Fear not, for this, what still is possible, it is not damaged, although its creator might be. This is a gateway. We can bring you back. This is a facility for the likes of you who lost the way to return. Uriel is closing in. What is your answer?
I don't want to go back because I want to talk and say and give the messages and make people feel the things I want. And I think he's going to take several steps back. And he's like, there's a way for me to do both, to be an angel and to do this. And I don't want to be forced into doing what anybody else wants me to do anymore. And I'm gonna find it, but this isn't it. And he is gonna. I have an ability. Ooh, okay. To the naked eye, the devices or powers that detect heat or auras. I think he's gonna use phasing. because I think he understands that this is a rejection to the God Machine, and that might mean, forceful attempts to be returned. So I'm going to use phasing, and I'm going to spend an Aether to go from corporeal to incorporeal. And it lets me go through things, but it also gives me a defense against attacks. So he's not going to attack anybody, but he is going to become more defensive as Uriel closes in. But there's no roll for it.
There's no roll for it.
And his body emits a low hum of electricity, and he becomes slightly transparent as he fades in and out of view. But I don't know if I have to roll for cover.
I think at this point, this is useless.
Yeah. I think yeah, he doesn't care. I don't think he's even trying at this point to disguise himself.
The angel looks at you. Sometimes others know what's better for you. And they pull up the gun, and Uriel appears at the scene, and the gun is pointed at Uriel.
No, don't shoot Uriel.
And we hear the bam,
Of course.
and Uriel goes down. I don't have to tell you. We are being watched. It is only a question of mere minutes until death angels arrive, hunting the ones of you. One of your friends is in front of us. The others are there where they belong. Go peacefully, or burn in the heavenly lights.
As long as you don't let Uriel get killed, I'll go.
No major harm will be done.
That's definitely a debatable answer for what's going to happen to us. He says as he kind of relents and lets go of his phasing, and drops anything he's still carrying, because I feel like he probably was still carrying his guitar case and stuff just on his back, and he just lets it off so it goes to the ground. And he's gonna go over to the angel, and he's like, I have to get into one of these holes.
He simply nods.
Okay. And he's gonna lower himself into one of the probably unoccupied holes. I assume it's probably one person per God Machine ditch.
We got 2 in ours.
You do got 2 doors.
Got to push him to his limits. Got to make him work for his slaves.
His slaves, exactly. And I think he's gonna lower himself in, and he's gonna look up at the angel there, and he's going to say, he's gonna look at them, and he's going to say, if you could taste what we had, you would understand why we rail against it so hard. And if possible, I would like to make a roll. If anything, even if he doesn't get through this, to have tempted this angel to not be so good anymore.
This sounds great.
I don't know
He can
what
then
you
help
want
us out the hole.
Yeah, right. So it's social. It's probably persuasion.
Yes.
Maybe empathy?
And presence or manipulation sounds right to me, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say. And then I'm gonna spend a willpower to get 3 dice. Should have just written him a special song for this moment, but that's okay.
This special angel song.
See, 1. Well, it's a 10, so I can roll again at least. 1 success.
What are your final words?
I think in an act of defiance, he says, "That was my message to deliver to you."
This is beautiful. So we see that Uriel is actually lowered by some tubes into the hole. You're in there. A pane of glass starts covering your body. And then we hear the sound of air being sucked out of the compartments you're in. Mantis and Cassiel and Vitas are struggling
I think you're going to be
against
Cassiel again soon.
against each other, against the against the mechanical hazard they're in. There are all different kinds of sedatives starting to pump through the system. And the heavenly chorals, they sound so sweet as you hear them. They are in a language you forgot, unlearned during your fall, but is the programming language of creation. And this is so happening. You can see the code that surrounds you, the manacles that are back, which were there for centuries. And then the lines of eternal coding stop. And we see an empty space. And then you can read the line of coding. Malfunction. Corruption detected. Initiate. Separation. Protocols. And the humming of the infrastructure around you dies down. The glass pane is released. And another unchained bows over you. Lily's hand on their shoulder. A ragged black suit, torn white shirt, a severed blue tie around their neck, and they're reaching out a hand to you. And we end this game of Demon the Descent. Thank you very much.
Did we all get rescued?
I don't know. Probably yes.
Woo! But is
Mantis
beloved
is
in the
not
hole?
happy with Mr. Teller.
Is beloved,
Nope,
is
I took
beloved,
the long way.
is beloved in the hole? Did we get beloved out? Was beloved
There's
never
no
there?
beloved. It was a trick all along.
The entire time? Oh no.
The entire time.
Even from the first mission?
No, that was
Okay.
real. There's an actual Skylar, but they weren't at this place.
Okay.
So, my lovely players and my lovely audience, I hope you enjoyed this. And it is time to say our thank yous and to remember everyone who we truly are in some capacity, where people might find us, not fight us. I don't know. Uriah seems up to it. And yeah, all the good stuff. So I think the order we went for was the drunken storyteller last. So we will start with you. Please, who are you? Where can people find you? And what amazing projects do you host?
Yeah, so hi, I'm David, as well known as the Drunken Storyteller. I am part of the Darker Days radio crew, where I mainly take part in the Dark Hammer episodes. Slowly, I do some other stuff occasionally with the Free League stuff on there. I run the Warhammer Fantasy RP over on Gehenna Gaming every other Sunday for the Enemy Within campaign. We are coming up to the final few sessions of that, so it's all about to get interesting with a couple of three-legged goblins. And my other projects, I am the Drunken Storyteller. As I say, I have my own podcast where I talk folklore, and I'm starting up my own Twitch stream where I'll be running some games. The first one will be in a couple of weeks. It will be Things from the Flood, and we will have our Grand Storyteller as part of that game. Tom is going to be joining us, and a few other really cool people. Someone from Vorpal Tales, someone from Full Metal RPG, Fiona from one of my rolling podcasts. So there's a load of people who are joining in. There's some really, really cool players in there. And I'm looking kind of maybe to start up doing some more streaming stuff. Get myself out here a bit more.
Nice.
So that's
Hashtag
me.
let Tom be a player.
Yes, let Tom be a player. Let him play a game.
No, actually not. I have the same curse as Davis. It's so bad. I have stories to tell.
We're playing Free League game, so all you need is 1/6, he says.
Just one.
Playing like on 11 dice.
Just one.
I was playing a healer. Our party died a lot. So, hey, who are you?
Oh, hi. I'm Kay, and you can find me every other Saturday, not this Saturday, but the following Saturday, on Carrying Comfort Studios, where I play Ink. Ink floods the vein on Heart Descend the Drum Beats, a wonderful live play where you can actually see, I'm not sure which way I'm supposed to be pointing, my compatriot Lucian also in. And then, you can find me on Discord. I'm usually chilling in Carrying Comfort Studios. I go by numerous monikers, but they usually always ended 12397 or 12398 because sometimes Twitter isn't kind. Additionally, this has nothing to do with me, but I think it's cool, so I'm going to talk about it. TryItCon is May 14th to 16th. It's an online convention, so links should hopefully be being placed in the doobly-doo, and their whole goal is to get people to try different games that aren't D&D or like Pathfinder, and they have a ton of Onyx Path products, including like Trinity, Exalted, a bunch of COD, WOD, like your major stuff like Mage, Changeling, but they also have like Beast and Promethean and Geist. The games are really cheap. They're like $2 to $6. High key recommend check it out. The schedule as well as a link to their general website should be being plugged in by someone. And just check it out. It's a good opportunity to pump up some indie games that you may not know very well. And you might get the chance to play with me, or possibly Lucian, or possibly our lovely Leslie, who's playing Uriel. I'm unsure if David is playing, but I know the rest of us have all got tickets to different events. The UK time difference.
That's the weekend I'm actually starting my stuff. So.
Oops.
Whoop.
Oops. But yeah, so you may end up playing a fun game with one of us if you join in, but check it out.
Thank you very much. Lucian.
Hi, I'm Lucian, and like Kay said, you can find me on Descend to Drum Beats every other Saturday. We were just this past weekend, so this is our off week, but it's all on Carrying Comfort's YouTube and also their VODs. we're on break for interstitial, but if you want to watch me or Leslie make a different type of bad decision, all of those videos for season 1 for Kingdom Hearts: The Interstitial War is up there. Otherwise, that's it. You can find me on Twitter at the handle below, and it was nice playing with you all. Thanks.
And the last, very best, Leslie.
I'm Leslie Everett. You can find me on Twitter at Leslie Wombat. I do a video game podcast called Hot Garbage Gaming. You can find that wherever you listen to podcasts. In addition to being on Interstitial War on Carrying Comfort Studios, I was also on Crack the Sky Alpha, which was the Lancer actual play. That is also on break. Season 1 just ended a week or 2 ago, but that's all up on YouTube. Carrying Comfort is also re-releasing all of their Iron City by Night, their Vampire the Masquerade V5 edition and podcast. So you can find that wherever you listen to podcasts. I'm going to be on Gehenna Gaming this Saturday for their Saturday night one-shot for Void Heart Symphony. So like a Persona-ish game. It's a Powered by the Apocalypse system. And then I'm actually also going to be in their Dark Ages Vampire game coming up. So stay tuned for that. Going to be very exciting. You can find me all those places. And again, had a great time playing with you all. Great first time playing Demon.
Yeah.
Fantastic first Demon Day game.
See how many times
I'm down for this system.
Yeah, this was
World.
great.
A+.
It is fantastic. And I'm feeling very, very bad about mispronouncing Lily a lot, because this is actually a game which has so much to offer on very personal topics as gender identity. And I highly, highly recommend that you have a closer look into this book, because it is, at first, the best Matrix game out there, I know. Second, it has so many brilliant ideas, and it is aware of its potential and using it so well. So, yeah, if we could have given you if we have given you a good look into the game, I'm more than happy. And if any of you are now unchained and descending into this beautiful world of darkness, into another chronicle, I don't know how many words I can put in this. I am most delighted. So, I am Tomer, storyteller, and just a bodiless voice from the void, as you are completely safe to assume. And I wish you the best of all nights. Good night, and see you soon. Bye.